There were 4 major regional Native American groups in North America: the Eastern, Plains, Pueblo, and the Pacific. First, the Eastern. They included the Algonquians and the Iroquois. The Algonquians, living in or inhabited what we know of today as the eastern part of the United States, lived in wigwams. This northern tribe subsisted on hunting and gathering, while those who were further south grew corn as a crop. The Iroquois were also an East Coast tribe, and they spoke a different language than the Algonquians and lived in rectangular longhouses. The Plains tribes lived between the Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains. They included the Indian tribes of the Sioux, the Cheyenne, Comanche, and the Blackfoot. As nomadic tribes, they lived in teepees and followed the buffalo herds. Then you had the Pueblo peoples. These included the tribes of the Zuni, the Hopi, and the Ocoma. They lived in the southwest deserts in homes made of stone and adobe. They domesticated animals and cultivated corn and beans. The 4th regional group, the Pacific Coast tribes, included the Tlingit, the Chinook, and the Salish, along with the Aleuts and the Inuit. On the Pacific Coast, tribes such as the Tlingit, the Chinook, and the Salish lived on fish as well as deer, native berries, and roots. Their rectangular homes housed large family groups, and they used totem poles. In the far north, the Aleuts and the Inuit lived in animal skin tents or igloos. They were talented fishermen who built kayaks and also hunted the caribou, seals, whales, and walrus.
Age of Exploration. The Age of Exploration is also referred to as the Age of Discovery. And this was a period that lasted from the early 15th century to the 17th century. So from the early 1400s into the 1600s. And during this time, there were many major developments, and those included advances in navigation, map making, and shipbuilding. And with advances in all 3 of these, people were able to travel further. If they had better navigation, they would be able to find where they were trying to go faster and get further. Better maps were going to get them places more accurately. They could keep going beyond the map and trying to map out more of the world so that people could go further. Shipbuilding, with better ships, they were able to travel further away from land. Now, these advances led Europe to expand its exploration of the rest of the world. So Europe knew its surrounding areas, but it wanted to branch out further. It wanted to see what else was out there. So explorers set out from many countries in Europe, including Spain, Portugal, France, and England. And other countries joined in later, but these were the ones who were involved more in the 15th century, and from the very beginning. They all had a higher interest in exploring what else was out there than some of the other countries. Once the other countries saw the benefits that these countries were reaping from their exploration, then the other countries started to join in as well. So what these people were searching for first, the explorers, they were seeking new routes to Asia. There was a lot of trade to be had with Asia. After the fall of Constantinople, the land route was either wiped out or not very easy to get across anymore, and so they were looking for a different route to get there. And they discovered a new route. They discovered a new route to get to India and beyond around the southern tip of Africa. So they methodically sailed down the coastline of Western Africa and mapped it out. And eventually they came to the tip and realized they started going north again. And then they realized they could get to India from going that way, and then they kept going further and further east, and they got into different parts of Asia. So they did find a new route as they were looking for. They also discovered the New World, which is what they used to refer to the Americas. So North and South America, and North and South America were referred to as the New World because whenever people started sailing west, thinking they'd eventually go around in a circle and come to the east, and they'd get to the Indies, which is what they were calling Asia at the time, they thought they would make it there. They didn't know about these other two continents in the way. So they ran into the New World, which is what they called the Americas. They also discovered Australia. So in their ventures beyond the southern tip of Africa, they discovered Australia, and then New Zealand, and even Hawaii. So these are all continents and islands that are in the middle of the water. Well, kind of in the middle of the water, just really big pieces of land in the middle of the water that Europe didn't know about before. And so during this age of discovery, this age of exploration, Europe discovered all of these places, and all of this discovery led to an increase in trade. They discovered lots of new foods, new metals, new valuable things from these other places that they could ship back home to Europe and then trade with other countries. So there was an increase in trade. There was also an increase in colonization. So once Europe found these places, they wanted to start sending people to colonize those areas. And sometimes there were people already living in these areas, and so their colonization wasn't always welcome, and it wasn't always a positive thing for the place that they found. So, for instance, upon coming to the New World, to the Americas, there were already indigenous people living there. The Native Americans were living there. And whenever the Europeans came in, they brought new diseases with them, which wiped out a huge chunk of the population because those people had never been exposed to those diseases before. And they also forced the native people to give up areas that they wanted. So if the Europeans came in and said, we want to live here, and there were already Native Americans living there, they kicked them out. And then if they stayed in the same area, they tended to force rules on them and force their religions onto them. So it wasn't exactly a good thing for the places that Europe was exploring and discovering, but it did lead to more trade, colonization, and more of a connection between all of the different continents, because now they are discovering all of them where they didn't know about them before. And Russia was also involved in the age of exploration, but they didn't go that far. They explored and conquered most of Siberia. So where Europe, the rest of Europe, was sending ships out and finding new places in the middle of water, Russia stayed on land and conquered most of Siberia, so Russia turned into a huge country at that time. So the age of exploration lasted from the 15th century to the 17th century, and it involved Europe setting forth into the world and discovering places that had yet to be discovered. Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus was an explorer from Genoa, Italy. As an adult, Columbus worked as a trader, traveling mostly by sea. So Columbus had a lot of experience at sea. He was an experienced sailor. He had done this for many years of his life. Then he came up with an idea. After many years of presenting his idea, Columbus finally received financial backing from King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain in 1492. And this was his idea. He wanted to find a new trade route to Asia, which lay to the east, so Asia lay to the east of them, but he wanted to get there by sailing west. He thought if he started here and went far enough this way, he'd circle back around and hit here. And he would have been right, except that America was in the way. You had two continents, North and South America, that were not going to go away. So his plan didn't work out quite like he thought it was going to. Now, he tried for several years to get people to accept this plan, but since they had just come up with the route to go south of the tip of Africa to get to Asia, people weren't as interested in it. Finally, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain said, okay, we feel like maybe there's an idea here, we'll support you and see how it goes. So Columbus was given 3 ships for his first voyage: the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. And he eventually landed near South America. But he thought he had reached the Indies, which is what they called Asia at that time. So Columbus made 4 voyages in all to what he called the West Indies. So he thought by sailing west, he'd reached the Indies, and he called them the West Indies. He made 4 voyages there, and he kept thinking he was reaching the Indies. Now, other people didn't think so. They thought he was getting to different land. But Columbus refused to believe that. He held on to the belief that he had reached the West Indies as he planned to. Now, he didn't discover a new trade route to the Asian Indies. He thought he had, but he hadn't. But he did discover a new trade route. He discovered new land. He discovered a place that had lots of new resources and that opened the door for exploration and colonization of the Americas. So he is credited with the discovery of the Americas. However, Columbus never would admit that he had discovered new lands. He maintained that he had reached the West Indies. Now, he did name some of the islands he found and claimed them for Spain, but he didn't think that he reached a completely new continent. He thought he had just reached part of the West Indies, and he refused to believe otherwise and maintained that he had reached the West Indies until the day he died, which is why possibly the Americas aren't named after Columbus, but instead after Amerigo Vespucci, who actually claimed he discovered new lands whenever he came to the Americas. So Columbus was the first person to get to the Americas. He just didn't admit that he'd done it.
The following are various goals of the French, Dutch, Spanish, and British colonialization of the Americas. First, the French. The French were primarily concerned with expanding their fur trade and developing these large agricultural plantations in Louisiana worked by African slave labor. The Dutch were also focused on the fur trade to include the slave trade. Then you have the Spanish. They were primarily concerned with 3 things: God, gold, and glory. God, the conversion and the spread of Catholicism in North, South, and Central America. Gold, looking for new vast stores of wealth in the Americas. And also glory, the establishment of large ranches and large conquests in the Americas. And lastly, you have the British. They were also concerned with earning additional income and also fleeing religious persecution in Britain.
French and Indian War. There are many events that led up to the French and Indian War. The Spanish Armada, which was their fleet of ships, was defeated by England in 1588. This led to a decline in Spanish power in Europe. So you had Spain, France, and England, who all were very powerful in Europe. After the Spanish Armada was defeated by England, the Spanish power started to decline. So then France and England became the most powerful nations in Europe. This led them to fight several wars between 1689 and 1748. This is especially important because there were powerful nations in Europe that were colonizing. So they were both big into colonizing in North America, and Spain had been as well. But after it was conquered, they kind of lost all their colonial territories as well. So the wars that France and England fought were King William's War, or the 9 Years' War, which was fought between 1689 and 1697. Next, you had the War of Spanish Succession, or Queen Anne's War, from 1702 to 1713. Then you had the War of Austrian Succession, or King George's War, from 1740 to 1748. Now, these were all about France and England trying to claim territory in North America that had previously belonged to Spain. The fourth and final war was the French and Indian War, which was fought from 1754 to 1763. And this was fought primarily in North America, since that was the area they were fighting for. They were fighting for the colonial territory in North America that had previously been held by Spain. This war was also called the 7 Years' War. Now I know if you do the math, it adds up to 9 years over here. But the most of the fighting happened from 1756 to 1763, which was where they get the 7 years from. And at times, all 4 of these wars are considered the French and Indian Wars. And the reason they're called that is because the French and the Indians were 2 of the main groups that England was fighting against. So they called it the French and Indian War because they're fighting the French and the Indians, the Native Americans that lived in North America. However, England also had Native Americans that fought on their side. So it wasn't a very aptly named war because they were fighting Indians, but they also had Indians, Native Americans, on their side fighting against the French. The Indians kind of split, and some sided with the French and some sided with the English. So it didn't really make the most sense, but that is still what it's called. It is still referred to as the 7 Years' War by other people who didn't like the name French and Indian War and thought that 7 Years' War was more appropriate since the Indians weren't solely an enemy to the English. They also helped them depending on which tribes we were talking about. Now, the French and Indian War, the final war in this series of 4 wars, resulted in the end of France's reign as a colonial power. So that is why it is so important. Because after this 7-year war, France was defeated and England was able to claim all of the colonies in North America as English colonies or British colonies. So France was kicked out as a colonial power. Still important in Europe, but not as important as it was because it doesn't have the colonial power that it had. It doesn't have those colonies in North America anymore. Now they are all going to be called British colonies. And the costs incurred during this war led to discontent among the colonists, which helped spark the American Revolution. So colonists helped fight. If they were colonists of the French, they helped. If they were colonists of the English, they helped the English. And so these colonists were having to help, but they were also having to help feed British and French troops. They were having to help supply all of their time. So instead of being able to work on making goods or planting crops, they were having to help fight. They were having to give up their weapons, their ammunition. Anything they had was basically going to this war effort. And so at the end of it, they had incurred a lot of costs, and they were very unhappy about this. And as Britain continued to, or England continued to tax them and charge them for things after they just spent all this money on a war, this helped spark the American Revolution. Triangular trade. Triangular trade is a historical term indicating trade between three ports or regions. Three sides of a triangle, so trade between three ports or regions. Now, triangular trade is a term that is often mentioned whenever discussing the economy of the North American colonies. So, once England, France, Spain started posting colonies in North America, and then the Spanish Armada was defeated and France and England fought over them, and then England became the sole proprietor of the colonies of North America. At that point, there were several colonies that were well established and were ready to trade and had been trading for some time, and a triangular trade route developed. So from North America, from the colonies, they would send rum, and they would send rum to Africa. In Africa, that rum was traded for gold or slaves, and then the gold and slaves were taken to the West Indies. Slaves were traded for sugar, molasses, or money in the West Indies. And then those same traders traveled back to the North American colonies with sugar and molasses, which the colonists made into more rum. And it was a triangular cycle that continued for several years. Now, sometimes slaves did make their way to North America. By 1619, slaves had started to arrive into the colonies to help farm the different plantations that were growing there. But a primary export from the West Indies in this triangular trade route was the sugar and molasses, which made more rum, which could be traded to Africa. And so this triangular trade route went on for a good long while. Now, this trade triangle violated the Molasses Act of 1733, which required the colonists to pay high duties or taxes to England for molasses acquired from other countries. So if they had any molasses or sugar coming in, the colonists were supposed to pay a tax on that to England over here. But the colonists, they ignored these duties. They said, England's way over there. They have no part in this, so we're not going to pay them taxes or duties on this sugar and molasses coming in. Why should we pay them for this molasses? They had no part in getting it here. So they had to pay for it or trade rum for more molasses, but they didn't have to pay England, even though there was a law, the Molasses Act of 1733, telling them they had to. There was no one there really to enforce it. The British government did not enforce these duties. No one enforced them. So it was like people were saying, you have to do this, but no one was there to enforce it. And this was known as a policy of salutary neglect. And basically, England kept coming up with more and more rules and telling the colonists, you have to follow these rules, you have to follow these rules. We've declared you pay taxes on this and that. And the colonists just kept saying, yeah, okay, that's great. I'm not going to do any of that because you're not here to enforce it. Until eventually with the American Revolution, Britain started trying to enforce some of these rules and taxes. But after this system of salutary neglect, the colonists were used to not having to pay these taxes and just hearing about them, and they didn't like it being enforced, which is what spurred on the American Revolution. Back to triangular trade. It's when you have three different ports or regions that are exchanging goods in a triangular fashion. You see, the rum is not going straight to the West Indies. Rum is only going to Africa. Slaves are going here to the West Indies. and then the sugar and molasses is coming to North America. So each region has a different thing to offer that's going to the next place. And so by trading at each port something that is trading for something else that is needed, all three ports have their needs met. And so that is the point of triangular trade, is for each port or region to give something into that trade route that the other two can't provide. And so by doing that, all three ports or regions have their needs met. The First Continental Congress. The First Continental Congress was held September 5th to October 26, 1774, and was attended by a delegate from every colony except Georgia. Georgia was still hoping for some help from the British with some Indian encounters, so they didn't want to try to mess that up, so they didn't send a delegate. They were still hoping Britain would help them. They didn't want to anger Britain by being a part of the First Continental Congress, so they stayed out of it. Now, this Congress issued the Suffolk Resolves. And the Suffolk Resolves stated that they would give, they being the rest of the colonies, would give Boston aid in the form of food and clothing, but would not take up arms on behalf of Boston. So at this time, the Boston Tea Party had already occurred. The Intolerable Acts had been enacted. Boston was under martial law. And so the port of Boston was closed. Boston was kind of closed off from the trade it was used to having. So the rest of the colonies said, okay, we will help Boston as far as getting them food and clothing, but we're not going to take up arms for them. We're not going to fight the British on behalf of Boston. So that was the agreement they came up with. A conservative named Joseph Galloway advocated the creation of a council of all colonies, which would be a legislative body which would share power with Parliament. So Joseph Galloway came up with this idea. He said, okay, what if we made a council of all colonies? Each colony would have delegates that came to this council, and it would be like the equivalent of Parliament, but in America. And it would share power with Parliament. So Parliament over in England wasn't making the decisions for people in America. This council of all colonies would make most of the decisions for America, and they would confer with Parliament, but they would have more of a say, or the colonists would have more of a say in how the government was run by being a part of this Council of All Colonies. However, the Galloway Plan, as this came to be known, was nixed by Massachusetts because Massachusetts refused to share power with any British authority. Remember, most of the Intolerable Acts were aimed at Massachusetts. They put that colony under martial law. They closed the port of Boston. They were doing this in retaliation of the Boston Tea Party. So a lot of Britain's frustrations were being taken out on Massachusetts, and as a result, Massachusetts was saying, no, we're not having any kind of association with British authority. We are not going to share power with them. We want to be able to make up these laws on our own without having to share any power with Britain. So the Galloway Plan was nixed. They didn't end up following through with that. The Continental Association was formed instead, and this group made an agreement not to buy or sell English goods. So it was kind of a continuation of the boycott, but instead of it just being items that were being especially taxed by Britain, they were going to not buy or sell any English goods. So this was going to further hurt the British economy and hopefully make them more likely to respond and work with the colonists on a possible solution. The delegates of the First Continental Congress urged all colonies to form and train a militia. So they would be prepared just in case. So they wanted all colonies to form and train their own militias, their own colonial group of soldiers. There were British soldiers everywhere that were supposed to be there to protect the colonists. However, they were going to be primarily protecting Britain's interest. So the colonists were saying, okay, we should all go back and form and train our own militias so that we are prepared to defend our colony from the British if we need to. They were hoping it wouldn't come to that, but they wanted to be prepared. This Congress also called for a Second Continental Congress in the event that the British ignored the colonists' grievances and the intolerable acts were not repealed. So a lot of the acts that the colonists hadn't liked before had been repealed. And the colonists kind of felt like if they were boycotting enough goods, if they voiced their problems, their grievances very calmly and rationally, that Britain would understand and they could come to some kind of agreement. At this point, most of the colonists weren't of the mindset that they were going to separate from Britain. They didn't feel like that was what was likely to happen. They felt like what was likely was they would come to some kind of agreement with England and they would be able to share power. Even though the Galloway Plan had been nixed, they felt like something like the Galloway Plan could be put into effect. Yes, there might be a skirmish or two. Yes, they'd been going through all these taxes during a transitional period, but most of the colonists still felt like they would be a part of England, that they would have some kind of relationship with them, and they weren't planning on being completely separated from them. So at the First Continental Congress, they didn't really come to any definitive agreement. They did, all of the colonies except Georgia, who had no delegates there, agreed to help Massachusetts and send food and clothing to Boston, but they weren't going to take up arms for the sake of Boston. They came up with the Galloway Plan, but that was nixed because Massachusetts refused to have any kind of shared authority with Britain. But they did come up with the Continental Association, which was an agreement for all the colonies to stop buying and selling English goods. So this would be a bigger boycott on English goods and hopefully convince the British to listen to their grievances. And then they did call for the Second Continental Congress if they needed it. At this point, they really felt like hopefully things would work out and they could come to some kind of agreement that was similar to the Galloway Plan, if not exactly that. The Second Continental Congress. The Second Continental Congress began on May 10, 1775 in Philadelphia. By July of 1775, delegates from all 13 colonies were present at this Congress. So for the First Continental Congress, Georgia was not present. Georgia did not send any delegates. They were still hoping for assistance from Britain with fending off some Indian raids. In May, originally, Georgia didn't send any delegates, but eventually they decided to. So by July of 1775, delegates from Georgia were also there, which made there be delegates from all 13 colonies present. George Washington was quickly chosen to be the commander of American military forces. And this was mainly done because it was felt that he would be able to bring the southern states into the southern colonies into the fold. So George Washington was from the colony of Virginia, and he was which made him someone from the South. And so all of the colonies felt like George Washington would be the best candidate to be able to lead all of the colonies together as the American military forces. If you had picked someone from too far north, the southern colonists may not have followed him. So George Washington was the choice that they thought northern, middle, and southern colonists would follow. This Congress also drew up the Olive Branch Petition. Since extending an olive branch is a way of extending peace, this petition was a peace offering to the King of England. This petition was rejected as the colonies were declared to be in open rebellion against England. At this point, we'd already had the Boston Tea Party, we'd already had shots fired at Lexington and Concord. The American Revolution had basically already started. So England was saying, oh no, the colonists are in open rebellion. I don't know what this olive branch petition is, but they've taken up arms against us, and we think they're in open rebellion. We are not going to see any kind of peace treaty from them. So England rejected the Olive Branch Petition, and the American Revolution continued. The Articles of Confederation were drawn up here, which was America's first attempt at a constitution, at some kind of governing document. But these articles were not actually ratified by all 13 states until 1781, which means that not all 13 states agreed to follow the Articles of Confederation. They hadn't been approved by all the states until 1781. The Congress created the Committees of Safety, which were a system for training community militias. So the first Continental Congress had urged all colonies to form and train militias. But if a lot of soldiers and people that had military experience were off fighting, there may not be someone in a certain area to train colonists who wanted to join the militia. So the Committees of Safety organized a system for training these community militias so everyone would kind of know their system of fighting, what the plan was, and make sure these people were trained before they went out to fight. The Second Continental Congress also created a bureaucracy for the purpose of organizing a navy and raising money. So the colonists realized that if they wanted to actually have a chance at winning this war, they needed money coming in so that they could pay for food and clothing, weapons, ammunition for all these soldiers. And they also thought they needed a navy so that they could compete with the British ships instead of just fighting the British on land. So they organized a bureaucracy to be able to bring in more money and be able to make their army better and then create a navy. Finally, it was here at the Second Continental Congress that the colonists formally adopted the United States Declaration of Independence. And this was done on July 4th, 1776. And this is where all the colonies said they would each be a state. They would be all united together, which made them the United States. And they declared their independence officially from Great Britain. They said they were a separate nation, a separate country, and they wanted to be recognized as such internationally. They wanted other countries to see them now as the United States of America. They are separate from Great Britain. They were already fighting with Great Britain. They realized finally that they were too far away for Great Britain to be able to rule them effectively, and they didn't like the way they were being ruled. They were already fighting over all of the laws that had been imposed upon them. So finally, the colonists joined together. Each colony became a state, and they united to form the United States of America. So the Second Continental Congress had a lot more effects than the First Continental Congress. All 13 colonies were present at this Congress, or at least they sent delegates from each colony. George Washington became the commander of the American military forces. They tried one more time to extend a peace offering to the King of England, try to make amends, try to be able to work something out with the Olive Branch petition, but it was rejected. The Articles of Confederation, the United States' first attempt at a governing document, was drawn up here, though it wasn't ratified by all 13 states until 1781. The Committees of Safety were formed to help train community militias. The Congress came up with a bureaucracy to help bring in money and create a navy so that the military forces of America would have a better chance at defeating Britain. And this is where, most importantly, the United States declared their independence from Great Britain on July 4th, 1776. The Revolutionary War. The British military plan during the early stages of the Revolutionary War was known as the Saratoga Campaign. It laid out a three-pronged plan to capture New York and separate the Northeast from the southern colonies. So when we say a three-pronged plan, I mean that there were three generals that were supposed to carry out different parts of this plan to capture New York. Once New York was captured, that would effectively separate the Northeast colonies from the Southern colonies. They couldn't share information with each other, they couldn't share supplies with each other, and that would weaken the colonial war effort. This plan broke down because one of the generals, this was General Howe, was supposed to go up the Hudson River to Albany. But he decided to go after Philadelphia instead. So General Howe didn't follow orders. He went after a different city that would have been a good city to capture, but when he didn't follow this plan, it kind of made problems for it, and New York wasn't able to be captured. So the first general didn't follow orders, went after the wrong city. Another general, Burgoyne, was able to capture Fort Ticonderoga, but then languished without supplies for months, and he eventually had to surrender to colonial troops. So General Burgoyne followed orders. He was moving toward New York. He captured Fort Ticonderoga, and then they stayed there because they didn't have a lot of supplies to move forward, and he languished without supplies for months. No one brought in any supplies. He wasn't able to send people out for supplies to keep moving forward, so eventually he had to surrender to colonial troops. The third general, St. Leger, made considerable progress across New York from Lake Ontario. So he started at Lake Ontario and started making his way across New York. But his troops lost steam after a series of small battles. So they were making good progress, but as they got further into New York, after a few small battles, this group lost steam and also didn't make it to New York. So the colonial General Gates defeated the British General Burgoyne at the Battle of Saratoga in 1777. And this defeat confirmed the failure of the Saratoga campaign. So in the early stages of the Revolutionary War, the British had the Saratoga campaign. They were going to try to separate the Northeast colonies from the Southern colonies by capturing New York. This failed because one general didn't follow orders and two generals just weren't able to keep going forward and make it there. With the defeat of General Burgoyne by the colonial General Gates, this effectively confirmed the failure of the British Saratoga campaign. More importantly, it convinced the French that the Americans could win the war. The French then signed the Treaty of Alliance in 1778, which supplied the Americans with men, money, and ships. So the colonists had been trying to gain support from other colonies and from other nations. They had been trying to gain their independence from Britain. They wanted to win this war, and they'd been trying to enlist people's help. Well, no one was going to help the person they thought would, or the group that they thought would definitely win the war. But whenever the colonists were able to keep the British from carrying out their Saratoga campaign, whenever they defeated General Burgoyne, it showed them, or at least it showed the French, that the Americans actually could win this war. Remember, no colony had ever rebelled against its colonizing nation, the home nation, without being pushed back down. There was never a colony before this time that broke away from the home nation, the nation that had colonized it in the first place. So this was going to be a first-time thing, and people weren't sure it was going to actually happen. But the French became convinced after this battle and this defeat of the British that the Americans might win. So they signed the Treaty of Alliance, and they agreed to help. That gave the Americans more men, more money, and more ships. The French hoped to gain back the territory they had lost in the French and Indian War. So the French weren't doing this just to be nice, just to help out, because now they thought they might win. They were doing this because they saw some benefit in it for themselves. They had lost land during the French and Indian War. They hoped to gain back that territory. If they helped the Americans, maybe the Americans would let them have that land back. They also believed that by aiding the Americans, they could position themselves to colonize parts of North America as yet unclaimed. So at this point, there was still a lot of North America that wasn't claimed by anyone. No one was colonizing it. So the French were hoping that if they helped the Americans would give them access to colonize some of this uncolonized land. So this was an important defeat because it showed the French that the Americans could win, and the French helped them. The French joined the American forces to defeat the British. With their military failure in the North, the British decided to switch strategies and attempt to retake the southern colonies. So they had tried in the North to separate the Northeast and southern colonies by taking New York. That had failed, and so now they said, okay, we'll try to do the South first. If we can reconquer the South and take control there, we can work our way up. So the British military campaign in the southern colonies was planned by Sir Henry Clinton and implemented by General Cornwallis in the years 1778 to 1781. Cornwallis quickly took Savannah and Charleston and then moved into the interior of South Carolina. So he started on the coast, and then he started working his way in. Here and in North Carolina, so in South Carolina and North Carolina, a series of bloody battles weakened Cornwallis. So while Cornwallis was moving forward, it wasn't easy progress. There were bloody battles being fought, and with every one of those, Cornwallis's troops were weakened. So after being weakened by several of these battles, Cornwallis was forced to make a supply run to Yorktown on the Virginia coast. Now, when he made this supply run, the British suffered a naval defeat at the hands of the French. And then were forced to retreat by Washington-led troops. So the French had a powerful navy, the British had a powerful navy, the Americans didn't yet have a powerful navy. So when they gained the French's allies, they gained ships. They gained access to fight on the water, to be able to actually be a fair opponent for the British. So whenever Cornwallis went down the coast to Virginia for his supply run at Yorktown, the French defeated them on the water, and then once they went back inland, the British were forced to retreat by Washington-led troops. So you have the Americans fighting them on the land and the French fighting them on the water, and Cornwallis wasn't in a very good place at this point. During their retreat, the British naval forces were further weakened by a violent storm. So any chance they had of surviving at sea and being able to fight well was going to be hindered by this storm. So they had more losses due to this storm, and Cornwallis was forced to surrender on October 17th, 1781. So he started trying to make his way in the south. He conquered a couple of cities, started moving inland, had a lot of bloody battles, and needed to restock. Whenever he went to get more supplies, he was defeated by the French and then was being forced to retreat by Washington-led troops, so by the American colonists. And then, after a violent storm, Cornwallis's troops were further weakened, and he really knew he wasn't going to win this thing, so he was forced to surrender on October 17th, 1781. Cornwallis's surrender effectively ended the Revolutionary War in the colonists' favor. So getting the British general to surrender effectively ended the war and meant that the American colonists had won. So the British military started off in the north. They wanted to capture New York and separate the northeast from the south, and by keeping the colonies separated, cut off them being able to exchange information, exchange troops, and exchange food and other supplies. This plan failed, and the failure of this plan led the French to say, okay, we think America can win, and the French joined forces with the Americans. This was a big help to the Americans, and it meant that the British were going to have a harder opponent to fight. Then the British decided to try to fight in the south. General Cornwallis started along the North and South Carolina coast and started working his way inland. He was forced to retreat and get more supplies at Yorktown, Virginia. There he was defeated on the water by the French, and then he was forced to retreat by the American colonists. After a violent storm, he had lost even more troops and was forced to surrender. And on October 17, 1781, the Revolutionary War was effectively ended, meaning the Americans had defeated the British.
There were 5 major battles of the Revolutionary War of Independence: Lexington and Concord, Bunker Hill, Trenton, Saratoga, and Yorktown. The Battle of Lexington and Concord, which occurred in April of 1775, is considered the first engagement of the American Revolutionary War. The Battle of Bunker Hill in June of 1775 was one of the bloodiest of the entire war. Although American troops withdrew, about half of the British Army was lost. The colonists proved they could stand up against professional British soldiers. In August, Britain declared the American colonies were officially in a state of rebellion. The first colonial victory occurred in Trenton, New Jersey, when General George Washington and his troops crossed the Delaware River on Christmas Day, 1776, for a December 26 surprise attack on British and Hessian troops. The Battle of Saratoga effectively ended the plan to separate the New England colonies from their southern counterparts. The surrender of British General John Burgoyne led to France joining the war as allies of the Americans, and is generally considered a turning point of the war. On October 19th, 1781, General Cornwallis surrendered after a defeat in the Battle of Yorktown, Virginia, and effectively ending the Revolutionary War in favor of the Americans.
The Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence was proposed at the Second Continental Congress. By Richard Henry Lee, and was composed by a committee of Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Robert Livingston, and Roger Sherman. So this was a document that was prepared by a group of people after the idea was suggested by Richard Henry Lee at the Second Continental Congress. The document has 3 parts: a preamble and reasons for separation. So this is kind of like an introduction. It lists out their grievances against England and their reasons for separating from England in the first place. A theory of government. The Americans lay out a theory for their new government separate from England. And a formal declaration of war. So after laying out all the reasons for separation, declaring themselves independent, coming up with their own theory of government, they formally declare war. Jefferson attempted to make it include a condemnation of slavery, but it was rebuffed. So even at this time, there were some people who thought slavery was wrong, but those people were still in the minority. So in order to pass the Declaration of Independence through the Second Continental Congress and be able to unite all of the 13 colonies, they left that part out because they knew that everyone wouldn't get behind it if it included that condemnation of slavery. The Declaration had many goals. There were many things that the people at the Second Continental Congress wanted to achieve with this Declaration of Independence. First of all, they wanted to enlist help from other British colonies. Right now, a lot of their ports were going to be blocked by British troops, British ships. And so if they could get help from other British colonies in the form of food, money, weapons, that would greatly help their cause. If they were unhappy with the way the British were treating them, their idea was that other British colonies were also unhappy with how they were being treated and might help the Americans. The Declaration was also there to help create a cause for which to fight. It gave all of the Americans something to unite behind and actually fight for. It wasn't just this tax or that tax, or we don't like the way England is doing things. Their cause was, we're going to be our own new country. We're fighting for our country, for our independence. And so people had an actual cause to fight, and it unified all of them. There were still some people who were reluctant, so this was there to help motivate reluctant colonists. There were some people who still felt very much a part of England. Maybe they hadn't come over as recently, or maybe they had just experienced good things in England, hadn't experienced as much bad, but a lot of them still had loyalty to England, and so it was hard for them to make that break and say, okay, we'll become a new country, we'll turn our back on England and know that we can never be a part of it again after we declare war on England and if we become a separate country like we would like to do. So this was there to motivate those reluctant colonists, to tell them, look, we've got a plan. Here are all the reasons we want to leave. Don't you agree with these? And most of the colonists probably would agree with them. It showed that they had a theory of government and that they were declaring war. So pretty much all of the colonists were united behind this. Another one of the Declaration's goals were to ensure that captured Americans would be treated as prisoners of war. Now, prisoners of war were going to be treated differently than, say, a citizen who you were punishing. That was your own citizen. So if the English were still looking at the colonists as British citizens who were behaving as traitors, then they would get a much harsher punishment than they would if they were being looked at as prisoners of war. So this was ensuring that captured Americans would be treated as people from another country who were captured as prisoners of war, not as errant British citizens, because basically most of them would be put to death immediately as traitors if they were caught and they weren't recognized as prisoners of war. So this was there to help serve to protect any Americans that were captured by the British. And another one of the Declaration's goals was to establish an American theory of government. In fulfilling this last goal, Jefferson borrowed heavily from Enlightenment thinkers. Some of those included Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Locke, asserting famously that all men are created equal. So it was important for the Americans to have a theory of government. No country is going to run without a government. You have to have a way to build things, to communicate, to be able to basically get anything done, especially if you wanted your country to grow. And as a small country right now, the Americans did want to be strong, they did want to grow, and so they were looking to show people, look, we've got something to go on, we've got a plan. So they came up with this theory of government, and in writing this, Jefferson did lean heavily on the Enlightenment thinkers, asserting that all men are created equal. So he was still putting that out there where he had tried to get in the condemnation of slavery. He couldn't get that past the Second Continental Congress members, but he was able to get this in. All men are created equal. And so that would be something that was used later to prove that slaves were equal to white men and to white people. So they weren't going to be thought of as less than a white person anymore eventually. At this time, people who were opposing slavery were still in the minority, but this shows that Jefferson was still trying to push that agenda forward. So the Declaration of Independence was written at the Second Continental Congress, and it had 3 parts to it. It listed out the reasons that the Americans were wanting to separate from Britain in the first place. It talked about their theory of government that they were coming up with, and it was a formal declaration of war. There are several goals that went along with the Declaration. They wanted to get help from other British colonies. They wanted to create a cause for which to fight. They wanted to motivate reluctant colonists. Anyone who hadn't been very much for the cause yet, they wanted to get them in there on their side. They wanted everybody fighting for this same cause because they needed to be strong to be able to defeat England. They wanted to establish that any captured Americans would be treated as prisoners of war and not traitorous citizens of Britain. And they established that theory of government, which is very important because it showed people that they had a plan, there was going to be a new government in place, here's what it looked like. And it gave them a different option than what they'd been seeing from England. So, Declaration of Independence was formed and completely written at the Second Continental Congress. The Articles of Confederation. After the Revolutionary War, the Articles of Confederation represented the first attempt of the newly independent colonies to establish the basics of independent government. So the colonists had been living under British rule, and they had different governors in each colony that kind of handled things, but they hadn't had to come up with their own government yet. So the Articles of Confederation was the colonists' first attempt at coming up with a basic rule of government now that they were a newly independent nation. The Continental Congress which was the same group that drafted the Declaration of Independence, passed the Articles on November 15, 1777, and they went into effect on March 1st, 1781, following ratification or approval by all 13 states. So note that it took 3.5 years to actually be ratified by all 13 states. The Articles made the 13 colonies into states now. Each state had its own power, and then there was a central government, but it was a very weak central government. They didn't want to give too much power to the central government, but instead gave more power to the individual states. Now, after 3.5 years, everyone had finally signed off on it, they'd approved it, and the United States was going to be running its government based on the Articles of Confederation. The Articles prevented a central government from gaining too much power. Instead, power was given to a congressional body made up of delegates from all 13 states. But the individual states still retained final authority. So it made sense that the colonists, the new Americans, didn't want a strong central government. They had been being ruled by King George over in England, and they had felt like he was a tyrant. They didn't want one person to have that much power. They wanted to retain more power for the individual states that they came from. So they really tried to limit how much power a central government would have. They made up this congressional body, which would be made up of delegates from all of the states. So each state would have a voice in deciding what went on. The congressional body could come to a decision, but all of the individual states retained final authority. So even if the congressional body came up with something new that everyone was supposed to do, the states could say, no, we don't think we're going to do that here in New York or here in Maine. They could say they didn't want to have whatever it was going on in their state. They only wanted it to happen in other states, if at all. So even though the congressional body met and delegates came to it, the states didn't actually have to follow whatever laws came out of those discussions. However, without a strong central executive, this weak alliance among the new states proved ineffective at settling disputes or enforcing laws. So the Articles of Confederation and this group of United States, that's what it was, a weak alliance. Each state felt like it had its own autonomy, that it should be in charge of what went on within that state. Previously, these were known as colonies, and people in that colony felt like they should be able to control what went on there. So now people felt like they should be able to control what goes on in their state. So it was a weak alliance among the 13 states that was happening right now. There wasn't something strong uniting all of them together. In fact, most of the states were doing what they wanted to do. They didn't follow a central executive. So without this, the government was very ineffective in settling disputes or enforcing laws. And these are some of the problems that came up under the Articles of Confederation. Congress had great difficulty passing any legislation. And this was because a bill had to receive 9 of 13 votes to be made into a law. And there were often fewer than 10 representatives present. So even though the legislation wouldn't necessarily be binding on every state if a state chose to ignore it, Congress had difficulty even passing legislation because they could present a bill and say, we want to pass this into a law. Well, if you only had 8 people there, it wasn't happening because you needed 9 of the 13 states to vote and say yes to making that bill into a law. If you had 9 people there and it wasn't unanimous, you weren't getting your law. And if you had more than that, you still had to have at least 9 of the people say, or at least 9 of the representatives from the states say that they agreed they wanted to pass the law. So it's very difficult for any legislation to actually get passed, to even think about having it in effect in a state. The lack of a central court system made it hard to resolve disputes between citizens from different states or between the states themselves. So if you had two citizens that were traveling and they got into some kind of an altercation, or they were trading but not within a specific state's boundary, then there wasn't really any kind of court system in place to resolve this. A person from one state will want to be tried in their state, a person from the other state will want to be tried in their state, and they would think that if they were in the opposite person's state, it wouldn't be a fair trial for them. There wasn't a court system in place to resolve any kind of conflicts like that between citizens that came from different states, or between the states themselves. If there was any issue about a state's boundary line or who controlled which piece of property or anything like that that the states may argue about among themselves, there was no court system in place to resolve those issues. Because there was no strong central government, there was also not a central court system to rule over all the states together. The United States found itself deeply in debt. Remember, this is soon after the Revolutionary War. There were a lot of debts to be paid, and there was a lot of money that went into paying for troops, for food for the troops, paying for clothing, actually getting them transported. So the United States had spent a lot of money to actually win the Revolutionary War, and now it was in debt. But Congress did not have the power to tax the people directly and could only request funds. So one of the big problems that they had had with King George, with England, was that they felt like they were getting taxed and it wasn't fair. They were getting taxed, but they didn't have representation. They were getting taxed on things very heavily that they felt they shouldn't be taxed on. So taxes were a hot button issue at this point. So the United States Congress could not enforce any kind of taxes. They couldn't make the people pay taxes. They could request funds from the states, but the states are trying to get themselves up and running. So they're not going to be making any big donations to the central government when they're still trying to help themselves, especially not if it's not required. If they're just being asked, they can say, oh, no, thank you, sorry, we don't have the money right now. Where if it was required, they would have to do it. So there wasn't a steady flow of money coming into the United States Congress or into the United States central government. So that was a problem. There was no way for there to be money flowing for the United States to function with. Furthermore, though Congress could issue currency, so it could issue money, it had the power to create money and give it out, it had no authority to keep the states from issuing their own. So we keep talking about how the states have a lot of power. Well, the states could print their own money. They could say, oh, we're going to use the Virginia dollar. So if they used the Virginia dollar, they didn't have to pay attention to any kind of U.S. currency, and there was a lot of inflation and deflation going on at this time because there was no single currency that everyone was using. If you tried to go from one state to the other, you may not have a valid form of currency, or what you have may be worth very little compared to the currency in that state. So that was a problem. So the Congress could give out money. They could say, here is the money we're going to use. This is the United States currency. But there was nothing to stop the states from making their own. So each state, for the most part, was printing its own currency as well. And this was making things even worse economically. Congress did not have the authority to raise an army directly. Again, it could only ask for troops. So it could request troops from the states. It could say each state needs to send 200 men to this place at this time or on this day. But it didn't actually happen. A lot of the states were going to be using the men that they had. Many men had been killed during the Revolutionary War. They weren't going to send the ones that they had somewhere else whenever they were needed to do the work within a state. Also, any states that were on the border where Native Americans might be were going to need their men to protect them there. They weren't going to want to send them to go be part of the United States Army. And since Congress couldn't require it, they couldn't say, you have to send these people. It was just, could you please send these people? Most of the time, the state said, I'm sorry, we can't spare the troops, and no one was sent. Congress did not have the power to regulate interstate or foreign commerce. So any kind of trade that went on between states within the United States or between one state in the United States and another country couldn't be regulated by the United States Congress. Each state could come up with its own rules and regulations. Each state had different tariffs and trade regulations. And no foreign countries would enter into trade agreements with a nation so disorganized. And that makes sense. If you were a country that was economically stable, that had been around for a while, you wouldn't want to trade with the many different states in the United States. If you tried to trade with Virginia and they were going to charge you $5 to sell a certain product, and then you went down the coast and you went to South Carolina, then they wanted to make you pay $10 for the same product. It wouldn't make sense to you because they're all supposed to be from the same country. So most of the foreign countries weren't going to enter into any kind of trade agreements with states from the United States because it wasn't with one country. You would be making agreements with 13 different states, and that just wasn't practical for these foreign countries. Since Congress couldn't regulate any of that kind of trade between the states themselves or between the states and other countries, it was very disorganized. So these are some of the main problems that came up under the Articles of Confederation. And basically, the Articles of Confederation left America unable to maintain order at home. They couldn't keep things organized. They couldn't really enforce laws between states. They couldn't pass any new laws. They couldn't get any money in. They couldn't get any troops to help enforce anything or protect the borders outside of individual states. And they couldn't control trade. So there was a lot of disorganization. They couldn't maintain order at home. They were unable to gain respect abroad. They were the first colony or group of colonies to separate from the mother country and fight a war with that mother country and win. They were the first group to successfully break off from the country that colonized them. So that was a great step forward. But now they look like a joke because they aren't able to maintain any order at home. Everything's very disorganized. All the countries in Europe are looking over and saying, wow, we don't even want to do business with them. They're free, but look what happens when they break away from England. Now everything's crazy. So they weren't looking real good to the rest of the world, and they weren't able to gain respect abroad. And they were unable to improve, or America was unable to improve its economy. So as a whole country, it couldn't improve its economy if it couldn't do any kind of trading, and it looked like a joke to other nations. So it was not in a very good place under the Articles of Confederation. The idea of a weak central government needed to be revised. And recognition of these weaknesses that we discussed eventually led to the drafting of a new document, the United States Constitution. So the Articles of Confederation was filled with problems for America because it gave all the power to the states and very little to a central government. Without a central government to actually unite the states under laws that applied to all of them and court systems that could regulate all of them, trade regulations that could help all of them, things weren't going very smoothly. So in the end, the Articles of Confederation ended up being a list of what not to do whenever the United States drafted the Constitution. The United States Constitution. Because of the problems with the Articles of Confederation, representatives from all 13 states met in Philadelphia to discuss changes to the government. So the Articles of Confederation were the United States' first attempt at a centralized government. Now, with the Articles of Confederation, the central government was made very weak, where the states, individual governments, had more power. This wasn't working out very well, and it was causing lots of problems for the United States as a country. So, representatives from all 13 states met in Philadelphia to discuss possible changes to the government to make a better form of government for the entire country. The primary result of this meeting was the U.S. Constitution. The Articles of Confederation weren't working out, and the delegates at this meeting were actually able to write a new plan of government known as the Constitution. There were some other outcomes from this meeting. George Washington presided over the meeting, or the convention, and James Madison, who is known as the father of the Constitution, served as secretary. He actually had a big hand in drafting the Constitution, and then he pushed for ratification of the Constitution once it was complete. In what is now known as the Great Compromise, it was decided that the lower house, which is the House of Representatives, would be chosen by the people. And the upper house, which is the Senate, would be chosen by the state legislature. So the people would have a vote for the representatives who would serve in the House of Representatives, and the state legislature would choose who would be able to go to the Senate. Now, the House of Representatives, the number of representatives you were able to send was determined by your population. In the Senate, each state was going to receive, was going to be able to send 2 delegates. So the House of Representatives was going to have more members than the Senate, and that made the Senate a more exclusive group. So it was the upper house, and the House of Representatives was considered the lower house. Also, that was the one chosen by the people, where the Senate was chosen by state legislature. This convention also produced the 3/5 Compromise. And this said that each slave was to be counted as 3/5 of a person. A 20-year moratorium was placed on the slave trade as well. So that sounds pretty bad, that the slaves were only considered 3/5 of a person. But before this time, some people considered slaves to be much less than people, much less than white people. So this was actually a compromise for the people who were starting to realize slavery was wrong and were starting to push for an end to slavery. They said, okay, we'll count them as 3/5 of a person. So for every 5 of your slaves, you can count 3 as people in your state. Now, this was also going to affect your House of Representatives, because you were going to get to send more representatives based on how many people you had. Well, some people didn't want to count all the slaves as people, and they weren't actually going to get a vote anyway, but they were counted in the population as 3/5 of a person when determining how many representatives a state would be able to have. Now, a 20-year moratorium was placed on the slave trade as well. So that meant that for 20 years, the slave trade was going to be suspended. No more new slaves are going to be allowed into the United States. So this was at least another little step in the direction of abolishing slavery. Finally, it was decided that Congress should have control of commerce and tariffs. And this was an important thing because under the Articles of Confederation, each state could come up with its own tariffs, its own trade regulations. And no foreign country wanted to have to deal with 13 individual sets of rules just to deal with one country. So giving Congress control of the commerce regulations and tariffs was good because it meant that all 13 states would have the same regulations and it would entice more foreign countries to start trading with the United States. So these were all results of the convention that was held in Philadelphia to discuss changes to the government. We did get the United States Constitution out of it, but there were some other results. Now, on September 17th, 1787, the Constitution was presented to the people of the states. So this is when it was presented. It wasn't necessarily put into effect right then because it had to meet some standards first. Now, the members of the convention had kind of kept things secret. They hadn't been broadcasting what they were putting into the Constitution. They wanted to wait until they had a complete document that they could present to the states as something completed, something that wasn't up for debate, really. You could either agree to go along with it or disagree, but there wasn't going to be any more discussion on what was going into it. If they were letting the individual states have a hand in hammering out the details, it would have taken much longer. So this way, on September 17th, 1787, a final document was presented to the states. This document had two parts: a preamble, which was kind of an introduction, and then 7 articles outlining the powers and responsibilities of the 3 branches of government, which are the legislature, the executive, and judiciary. So this wasn't an incredibly long document. It had 7 articles that just outlined what each branch of government would do, what its powers and responsibilities were, and how it could be kept in check, because people still didn't want a central government that would have too much control, that had control without any kind of checks to keep it in place. So the legislature was going to be your Congress, the House of Representatives, and the Senate together made up the legislature. The executive would be the president, who was leading the country, and the judiciary would be the Supreme Court and all other federal courts. It went into effect on March 4th, 1789. So 1787, 1789. It took a good year and a half before this was ratified by enough states that it went into effect. In order for the Constitution to take effect, it had to be ratified by 3/4 of the states. And there were things that went into play to kind of keep this delayed and to push it into actually happening. You had Federalists, which were pro-Constitution people, and Anti-Federalists, which were anti-Constitution people. And the reason that the Federalists were for the Constitution was because they wanted there to be a stronger central government that could give order to the whole country. The Anti-Federalists didn't want a strong central government. They wanted more power to stay in the hands of the states. But there had already been so many problems with the Articles of Confederation, which gave a lot of power to the state and very little to the central government. So eventually they were outvoted. And even though most people didn't like the Constitution at the time, the Federalists were very organized and ended up getting it ratified by 3/4 of the states. And once it was ratified, everyone in the United States had to follow it. So even though it wasn't popular with most of the people, it still got passed, and it was ratified by enough states that it went into effect on March 4th, 1789. Now, the first 10 amendments are known as the Bill of Rights. And they were proposed by Congress on September 25th, 1789, and were ratified by the necessary 3/4 of the states on December 15th, 1791. So the amendments to the Constitution were just not necessarily changes, but little additional pieces of information that further clarified things. Remember, it started off as a very simple document. It was an introduction and 7 articles that said what the powers and responsibilities of each branch of government actually were. So these 10 amendments gave people additional rights and guaranteed them additional freedoms. So those were some important things people decided right away that they wanted. So even though this was just a few months after the Constitution itself was ratified, they said, okay, we want these rights, these basic rights put in. And so they actually wrote up 12 amendments, and 10 of them got passed at this time, and they became known as the Bill of Rights. There were actually 2 others that weren't approved. Now, since 3/4 of the states ratified these 10 amendments, they were passed through, and the first 10 are known as the Bill of Rights. So most people, when they think of the Constitution, will think of the Articles, the Preamble, and the Bill of Rights. But the Bill of Rights was actually not added until after the Constitution was ratified, about 2 years after the Constitution was actually written and presented to the states. The Constitution contains no bills of attainder, which means that individuals cannot be denied life, liberty, or property, which basically means life, freedom, or the right to personal, private property without a trial. So if you have a fair trial and you are found guilty, some of these things, or all of these things, could be taken away from you, but they can't just be taken away without you actually getting your trial. It does contain the concept of habeas corpus, meaning that arrested individuals must be actually charged with a crime within 72 hours. This prevented people from being held in prison unnecessarily or unfairly. If they were sent into prison but they couldn't actually be charged with a crime within 72 hours, they would have to be released. So this kept people from being arbitrarily set or kept in prisons. Federal judges are to be chosen for life. And there is an electoral college to select the president. Now that is made up of your members of Congress, and they're supposed to vote the way that the people that are voting for them vote. So if they live in a district where a lot of people want them to vote for, in today's age, a Democrat or Republican, they are supposed to vote for the Democrat or Republican candidate based on what their district would want them to vote on. Now, that means that each individual person doesn't actually get to vote for the president. It's the Electoral College that's going to actually determine it. Now, you can place a vote, and that lets your district representative or senator know, in your area what people want, but that doesn't mean that the person who's actually representing you in the Electoral College is going to vote that way. So the Electoral College, the members of Congress, are the people who actually get a say in determining who the president is going to be. The Constitution is famous for its system of checks and balances. Now, this was very important to the new Americans because they had so many problems with England, who had a ruler who had pretty much unlimited power. There was nothing to keep him in place. There was nothing to check him or to balance out his power. Even though he had people that were advising him, or there were congresses, there were groups of people that were supposed to help make decisions, really the king in England could come up with whatever he wanted, and that was usually going to be the final straw. There wasn't usually going to be something up for debate. So the Americans wanted to make sure there was a system in place to keep their central government from having too much power. No one part of it could have too much power over the rest. So there were 3 branches of the central government, and they all kind of checked and balanced each other out. So the president can veto Congress. So if Congress comes up with a bill and they want to pass it into law and they say, we're doing this, the president can veto it and say, no, you can't actually have this as a law. But Congress can override the veto with a 2/3 vote. So if Congress can get 2/3 of the people to vote and override the veto, then they can still pass the law, even if the president vetoes it. And the courts can call the acts of either body unconstitutional. So, even if the president vetoes it and the Congress is able to pass it with a 2/3 vote, the courts can still say that's unconstitutional, that doesn't fall in line with what the Constitution lays out, and so it's not going to go through. So each branch of the government can kind of check another branch of the government. There's no one part that has so much power that it can do whatever it wants. So the Articles of Confederation had caused lots of problems. Delegates from all 13 states met in Philadelphia to come up with a new solution. They came up with some other things at that time, but the main thing to come out of that convention was the U.S. Constitution. It started with a preamble and 7 articles that laid out the powers and responsibilities of each branch of government, and then quickly added on the Bill of Rights, which gave people some more basic rights. The Constitution did have some key characteristics that stuck out to people. It had no bills of attainder, which meant that people couldn't have life, liberty, or property taken away without a trial. It had the idea of habeas corpus, which meant that people couldn't just be held in prison arbitrarily. They had to be charged with the crime within 72 hours of release. And most famously, and what people have looked at a lot at the U.S. Constitution whenever planning their own governments in other countries, is our system of checks and balances, where the president can veto Congress, Congress can override that with a 2/3 vote, and the court system can override both of those systems by saying that something is unconstitutional. So the United States Constitution ended up coming up with a way to balance the central government enough that 3/4 of the states finally agreed to ratify it, and the United States had a new, stable form of government.
A political party is an organization that advocates a particular ideology and seeks to gain power within government. So basically, a political party has certain ideas about how government should run and certain policies it would like to enact. So it advocates for those policies, and people will run for elected office as part of that political party. And if they get elected, then they have succeeded in gaining power within government, and they can then try to enact those policies that they believe in. Now, in the United States, we have what's known as a two-party system. This means that there are 2 dominant political parties. And this makes it difficult for other parties to win elections. So the 2 dominant parties in the U.S. are the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So in almost every election, either a Democrat or a Republican will be elected. The Democratic Party is headed up by the DNC, which is the Democratic National Committee, and it is known as the Liberal Party. It is sometimes identified by the color blue and the donkey. The Republican Party is headed up by the RNC, which is the Republican National Committee, the equivalent of the DNC, and it is known as the Conservative Party. It is sometimes identified by the color red or the elephant. Now, earlier I mentioned the other parties that are out there and how it is difficult for them to win elections. There are some smaller parties out there that may occasionally win an election, but not very many. And so there are many small parties out there, but some of the more well-known smaller parties are the Constitution Party, the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, and the Reform Party. So that's a brief look at political parties.
Marbury versus Madison. William Marbury was one of the Federalist judges removed from office by the Judiciary Act of 1802. After Thomas Jefferson became president after the election of 1800, he pushed through the Judiciary Act of 1802. Now, the Judiciary Act of 1801 had been passed with the intention of keeping Federalist judges in place after the election. But Thomas Jefferson passed an act a year later that removed 42 of those Federalist judges. So William Marbury was one of those Federalist judges that had been removed from his office. Marbury, having been promised a job, brought up the issue with James Madison. Who was then Secretary of State, but James Madison pleaded ignorance. He said, "I don't know anything about this promise you received. I'm not going to honor it." Now the issue became contentious, and in 1803 came before the Supreme Court as Marbury versus Madison. Although Section 13 of the Judiciary Act of 1789 had a writ of mandamus which required Madison to honor the appointment, Chief Justice John Marshall declared this section unconstitutional. So he declared Section 13 of the Judiciary Act of 1789 unconstitutional because he said that that was beyond the scope of the Constitution. It was inconsistent with what the Constitution actually gave Congress the power to do, and so the Supreme Court under John Marshall said that actually they didn't have to honor giving Marbury that job because what he was claiming he should get the job under was actually an unconstitutional part of the act. This was a historic act. Before now, the Supreme Court had not declared measures unconstitutional on a national level before. So, this was something that Congress had enacted. It wasn't something that was a state law or state situation that they had said, oh, that's unconstitutional, we're not going to have any of that. This is on a national level where the judicial branch was checking the legislative branch. So it was a very important event in the scope of the United States history because it was giving the judicial branch more power, or at least establishing that the judicial branch had that power. Since the three branches of government are supposed to have checks and balances on each other to make sure no one branch becomes too powerful, it was very important that the judicial branch was showing they had this power. Marshall established an independent judiciary with this case. He is quoted as saying, "The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, with the Supreme Court as the final interpreter." And that is pretty much how it goes. The Supreme Court gets to interpret the Constitution. If there's a part in there that's up for debate, then the Supreme Court can interpret it whichever way they think is most fair or most what the writers of the Constitution had in mind. So Marbury versus Madison was a very important case because it did establish that the judicial branch, in the form of the Supreme Court, could declare an act of Congress unconstitutional. So the judicial branch had that important check on the legislative branch. So this is very important in the scope of United States history. Why the U.S. fought in the War of 1812. Despite a great number of arguments both for and against the War of 1812, the United States fought against Britain for a few basic reasons. First, they fought to gain more land. There was land to the northwest of the United States that was claimed by Britain. But Britain was a whole ocean away, and the United States wanted some of that land. A lot of people in the United States liked the idea of the country growing, so they fought to gain more land. They also fought to destroy alliances between the British and Native Americans. Since the Revolutionary War, the British had been inciting certain Native American groups along the frontier to raid and harass and fight the United States citizens. So Britain was supposed to stop doing this after the Revolutionary War, but they still hadn't stopped. So they fought to destroy alliances between the British and Native Americans to hopefully stop these raids, or at least take the British help away from the Native Americans. In particular, Americans had become outraged when, following the defeat to the Americans at Tippecanoe Creek, Chief Tecumseh had fled north into British-controlled Canada. So, the Americans had defeated Chief Tecumseh's tribe or group of raiders at that time. They had defeated Chief Tecumseh, and he fled north into British-controlled Canada, and the British protected him. They harbored him there instead of turning him over to the United States. So the United States was very unhappy about this. He was a chief that had led a lot of raids, and he had been backed by the British, and this proved it even further. And after they finally defeated him, they wanted to take Chief Tecumseh hostage, do whatever with him, but they wanted control over Chief Tecumseh, and he fled to the north into British-controlled Canada, where he was protected by the British. So the Americans were very unhappy with Britain about that. And this provocation provided enough popular support to declare war. So the United States citizens were already unhappy about this, and so this was like the last straw for them, and this instance alone provided enough popular support to declare war. Now, in selling this war to the American people, James Madison stressed the British insult to American honor. So this was another thing that the United States was supposed to be fighting for, American honor, because Britain had insulted America's honor. He mentioned several stories about impressment of Americans into British military service to impress upon the United States citizens how their honor had been sullied. So Britain had been doing this since the Revolutionary War as well. They would take ships that were set to trade. They were set to go and deliver goods or pick up goods and bring them back. And if they captured American ships, they would take the sailors and enforce them into the British Navy, or possibly even bring them to work as part of the military on the land. But they would take these Americans hostage and force them into British military service. So this was supposed to be a slight on American honor. So James Madison stressed that as well. So there were a lot of reasons, and there will be a lot of outcomes to the War of 1812, but three of the main reasons that the United States was fighting against Britain and decided to go ahead and declare war was that they wanted more land. They had been eyeing that land. They thought they had a good chance of getting it. They wanted to destroy alliances between Britain and the Native Americans that bordered the frontier between the United States and British territory. And that was because the British had been backing the Native Americans who were aggressive and would send raiding parties into the United States for a long time, since the Revolutionary War. They had never really stopped like they were supposed to, so they were fighting to finally end this once and for all. And they fought to reclaim American honor. Results of the War of 1812. During the War of 1812, much of Washington, D.C. including the White House, was burned. And this was where British soldiers invaded and captured the capital city of Washington, D.C., and they torched and burned to the ground as much as they could several public buildings, including the White House. This is the first and only time that the United States Capitol was taken and the only time it was destroyed. After the American success in the Battle of Fort McHenry, Francis Scott Key was inspired to compose the Star-Spangled Banner. Which became the national anthem of the United States. The War of 1812 did not actually accomplish its supposed goal of establishing neutral trading rights for American ships. So, neutral trading rights with European powers was one of the big things that America wanted, and it did not actually establish this with Britain as a result of the War of 1812. Nevertheless, from James Madison's perspective, the war could only be seen as a major success. So James Madison was president during this time, and he viewed the war as a major success. The United States lost no major territory. We didn't lose any major land during this war. That's a success. The United States scored enough victories to keep the British from making any extreme demands. So the United States had won enough of the big battles to not have the British making any extreme demands. Whenever they were signing treaties and coming to terms with peace, the British weren't able to say, oh, well, we won all these wars, now you're in a less favorable, or all these battles, now you're in a less favorable position. They had won about the same number of battles. The United States had still made an honorable stand here, and so the British weren't in any kind of position to demand anything extreme whenever they were coming to their peace terms. Americans were thrilled that the United States was finally getting respect from the major European powers. So maybe there wasn't one winner and one loser in this war, but the United States definitely didn't lose to Britain, and so the United States started getting more respect from major European powers. Nationalism exploded in the U.S. People had a lot more national spirit, and people who had previously been feeling more support toward their state, their individual state, now felt more like a part of the United States, more part of the country and not just their individual state. So nationalism, that feeling of supporting the nation as a whole, exploded in the United States, which was important because a lot of people still had ties to their specific state or region. People forgot about the debacle of the failed National Bank. The National Bank had failed right around the time of the War of 1812, but with these other positive things coming about as a result of the war, the Americans forgot about the failed National Bank, and then the economy boomed. So everyone was pretty happy in the United States at this point. They hadn't lost any major territory. They hadn't had to meet any extreme demands from the British because they had won a good number of victories against Britain. That gained them respect from the major European powers. Nationalism exploded in the United States. The economy was doing well, and everyone had pretty much forgotten about the National Bank failure. The success of the War of 1812 effectively drove the final nail into the coffin of the Federalist Party. The Federalist Party had been continually weakened around this time. The Federalist Party blamed James Madison for the War of 1812, and James Madison loved being blamed for it. He said, okay, I'll take all the credit for it because he thought it was a major success. And a lot of the other United States citizens felt the same way. And so since the Federalist Party had been continually against the war, and so many people were seeing benefits from the war, that kind of drove the final nail in the coffin of the Federalist Party. The War of 1812 required several agreements to fully restore relations between the United States and Britain. So there wasn't just one peace treaty here. There were lots of different agreements, 3 in particular, that were going to kind of finalize different aspects of relations between the United States and Britain. So first, the Treaty of Ghent returned Anglo-American relations and boundaries to their pre-war terms, and it proposed that commissions be formed to settle future differences. So instead of going to war in the future, commissions were supposed to be set up to discuss possible peaceful ways to resolve issues. And this returned the British and American boundaries and relations to their pre-war terms. So no one really lost any land or gained any land there. Boundaries were going back to where they had started. The Rush-Bagot Treaty of 1817 formally declared that there would be no naval race between the two countries. So up near Canada, there was a lot of water separating America and Canada. The Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River, both of those areas started to get, or with the Rush-Bagot Treaty, got several limitations. Each country was only allowed to have so many ships on each area of water, so that there wasn't any kind of naval race for that area, for one country to control the waterway over another country or to claim land on the other side of the waterway from their country. So they did agree that there would be no naval race there, and that these waterways would be used by both countries, and that there were limitations on how many naval ships, naval vessels could be on the water at a time. And then at the Convention of 1818, a line was drawn along the 49th parallel, dividing Canada from the Louisiana Territory. It was also declared that the two countries would jointly occupy the Oregon Territory. So the Louisiana Territory was what constituted the Louisiana Purchase, and it did go all the way up to Canada. So at the 49th parallel, the United States had a little bit of land here, Britain had a little bit of land here, and the United States said, okay, Britain can have this land north of the 49th parallel, and Britain said the United States could have this land south of the 49th parallel. So with the Convention of 1818, a little bit of land was kind of swapped, but there wasn't any major loss or gain of territory there. They just agreed that this 49th parallel would divide the United States and Canada / Britain could have that little strip that the United States had controlled with the Louisiana Purchase, and Canada would let go of that little bit that dipped below the 49th parallel. So at that point, there was a little bit of land that swapped hands, or swapped control, but it wasn't any great amount of territory. And then the Oregon Territory to the west and north of the United States was going to be jointly occupied by both Britain and the United States. They agreed that that would work for the time being. So there were a lot of results of the War of 1812, and you'll notice, though it's called the War of 1812, these agreements didn't come about till many years later. The war actually went on until 1815. The Treaty of Ghent was signed at the end of 1814, but word of it didn't actually reach the battlefields in time for them to just stop fighting. So it was February of 1815 before the war actually came to an end, and it was 1818 before all the final negotiations were done from the War of 1812. So Washington, D.C., for the first and only time, was invaded, and parts of it burned and the Capitol destroyed. We got the Star-Spangled Banner, a national anthem for the United States. The war did not accomplish its goal of getting neutral trading rights for American ships, but it was still considered a success in the United States, especially by James Madison, because we lost no major territory. The United States scored enough victories to keep the British from making extreme demands. The United States gained respect from European powers. The economy boomed. Everyone forgot about the national bank failure, and nationalism exploded in the United States. The people had more of a patriotic national spirit. There were 3 agreements that had a significant impact on relations between the United States and Britain. The Treaty of Ghent returned the relations and boundaries to their pre-war terms and proposed that commissions be formed in the future to settle differences rather than going to war. The Rush-Bagot Treaty formally declared there'd be no naval race along the United States and Canadian border. And the Convention of 1818 declared the line of the 49th parallel to be the border between Canada, British territory, and the United States, and that the Oregon Territory would be jointly occupied. So there were a lot of results that came about, and there were a lot of issues that got cleared up between Britain and the United States during the War of 1812. The Monroe Doctrine. After a series of revolutions in Latin America, the United States was the first to recognize the sovereignty of the new countries. And this was because the revolutionaries had used the United States as inspiration. The United States preferred to have weak, independent nations nearby, and the United States wanted to maintain and expand its lucrative trade with Latin America. So the United States was quick to recognize the independence of these new nations for several reasons. The United States liked that these revolutionaries had used them as a model. They'd used them as inspiration to declare their own independence and become sovereign nations. The United States preferred to have weak, independent nations nearby. If they didn't have colonies of strong foreign powers, that was better for the United States. So they liked having these independent countries that were smaller and weaker than themselves because they posed less of a risk. The United States wanted to maintain and expand its lucrative trade in Latin America. The United States enjoyed trading with Latin America. They enjoyed trading with these new countries even more because the foreign European powers that had colonized these areas had higher tax rates and controlled the market much more severely than the Latin American countries that were newly independent did. So trade conditions were better with these new independent countries in Latin America. After the United States recognized the sovereignties of these countries, the British attempted to persuade the United States to sign a joint agreement preventing foreign intervention in Latin America, but President James Monroe decided to maintain American independence and issue his own document. So the British also liked the better trade arrangements they were getting now that the Spanish and French were not controlling the market through their colonies. Now that these nations were independent, they made up their own trade rules, and they were better for the British as well. So the British also didn't want foreign intervention. The British didn't want anyone to come in and reclaim these areas as colonies of European powers because that would be worse for British trade relations. So Britain said, hey, America, I'll team up with you. Let's sign this joint agreement saying we'll make sure no one interferes. But James Monroe decided to maintain American independence and issue his own document. He didn't want a joint document with Britain. He said this is the United States policy. Didn't involve Britain. This document, known as the Monroe Doctrine, had as its 2 main principles, non-intervention and non-colonization. So first, non-intervention meant that no foreign power could interfere with affairs in the Americas. So this meant that the Americas were kind of in their own sphere of influence now, and none of the European powers could come into that sphere of influence and try to interfere. So this said, you know what? All these countries are independent now. Europe doesn't have a handhold over here, so all these nations have been recognized as independent. If you try to interfere in any of them, then that'll be a problem. The United States wasn't going to like that and would intervene with military measures. Non-colonizations meant that the Americas, North and South America, that sphere of influence, were closed to further colonization. So any area that was as yet unclaimed or up in the air about who owned it, it wasn't open for more colonization. The Americas were now closed for colonization. So if anyone tried to interfere in the foreign affairs in Latin America or North America, or tried to colonize these areas, then America would intervene. That was basically what the Monroe Doctrine was saying. James Monroe didn't want any foreign powers to come in and try to interfere with the affairs or take over any of their old colonies. Many consider the Monroe Doctrine to be a paper tiger. Because it was really only as effective as the American ability to enforce it. So, called a paper tiger because it's fierce, but it's only written on paper. It's a good threat, but how do you really follow through on that? And so, since the American military wasn't very developed at this point in time, many considered this to be a paper tiger and not actually a serious threat. But it did seem to encourage foreign nations to come to the bargaining table rather than test the American military. This wasn't too long after the War of 1812. The Americans didn't do too badly in that. They were able to hold their own against Britain, and so people had seen that the American military was a force to be reckoned with, but they weren't sure how strong it was. And so while they weren't just absolutely certain they didn't want to tango with the American military, they did think it was still wiser to come to the bargaining table rather than try to interfere and cross paths with the Monroe Doctrine here. So the Monroe Doctrine was referring to Latin America, which had just had several countries declare their independence and become their own sovereign independent nations. Monroe was saying that no foreign power should interfere in this area, no intervention in this sphere of influence from Europe, and no more colonization was to occur in the Americas. The Lewis and Clark Expedition. The purchase of the Louisiana Territory in 1803 more than doubled the size of the United States. President Thomas Jefferson wanted to have this newly acquired land mapped and explored, since most of the territory was considered wilderness. It was unexplored, nobody knew what was out there. They knew Native Americans were there, but it hadn't been mapped out and no one had laid claim to it out past the Louisiana Territory. Everything in the Louisiana Territory had just been purchased from France, so the United States did own it, but they didn't know what was out there. So Thomas Jefferson wanted to have an expedition sent out there to explore it, map it out, let everyone know what was out there. Jefferson wanted to ensure America's claim on the land. He felt like if he didn't get out there soon enough with Americans and start settling the land, laying a claim to it, proving that it was their land, other nations like Britain or other European countries would come in and say that they were staking claims on certain parts of the land. So Jefferson wanted to get out there quickly. He chose Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to head an expedition into the territory. The expedition included 33 people, and all but one of them made it back. The only one who didn't make it back died of appendicitis. He did not die from anything on the expedition. They traveled from May 1804 to September 1806. So you see they acquired the territory in 1803, and very quickly in 1804, Jefferson was sending an expedition out to start mapping this territory. And you can see it lasted a little over 2 years. It took them that long to travel across the Louisiana Territory and come back to where there were known American settlements. They were searching for a water route that would connect the Missouri River with the Pacific Ocean. And this was for commerce. If they could reach the Pacific Ocean and they could reach potential new settlements along the river, then it would be easier to transport goods back and forth. So Jefferson wanted to know if this was a possibility, so Lewis and Clark were looking for a continuous water route. Though the expedition did make it all the way to the Pacific Ocean, they did not discover a continuous water route. So they could go a lot of the way on rivers, but there were the Rocky Mountains in the way and some other areas that cut off one water source from the next. So they weren't able to travel continually by water, but they did travel all the way from known American settlements up the Missouri River and some other rivers and then across land until they reached the Pacific Ocean. And they'd gone further with mapping than any other Americans had gone. The expedition did draw a variety of maps. They recorded their encounters in detailed journals. And the expedition provided knowledge about the land they had traversed as well as the plants, animals, and people that resided there. So while they didn't discover that continuous water route they were looking for, they were able to bring back a lot from their 2-year expedition. They brought maps, they brought detailed journals that were going to help future expeditions and travelers whenever they started heading out that way, and knowledge about plants, animals, and the people, the Native Americans that lived there. So they drew about 140 maps during their 2-year expedition. They noted over 70 native tribes that were along their route, and they recorded more than 200 new plant and animal species. So, while they didn't do everything they set out to do with finding that continuous water route, they did accomplish a lot. They drew these maps, they noted over 70 native tribes, they discovered lots of new plants and animals that had not been found in America before. And the Lewis and Clark expedition made a clear claim for America in the West, in the Louisiana Territory, and beyond, opening it all up for future expedition, future exploration, and settlement. So Jefferson did accomplish what he wanted to with putting a clear American claim on the land. Manifest destiny. The phrase manifest destiny is used to mean the inevitability and righteousness of the American expansion westward. It meant that America was destined to stretch across the continent from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific. So during the early 1800s, a lot of Americans felt this way. They felt that it was destiny for America to stretch across the continent from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific, that it was destined for America to keep expanding and cover as much of North America as possible. Some believed that this was destined by God, some just believed that it would be economically profitable, and so America should keep expanding. The phrase itself was coined by editor John O'Sullivan to promote the annexation of Texas and the Oregon Country. And the annexation would be if the United States annexed or took in Texas, and the Oregon Country, if the United States made those part of America. And they would have to then either make them states or divide them up into states. The idea was lent further credence by the work of Horace Greeley, the journalist responsible for the admonition, "Go west, young man." Now, when Horace Greeley wrote this, he was saying, go west because in the west there is fertile land. You can go and make a life for yourself out there, as opposed to in the east where the big cities had a lot of poverty and a lot of unemployment. So westward expansion was seen as the solution to that problem. If you went west and were willing to work hard, you could make a life for yourself and you could have a much better life than you could living in the cities. So Manifest Destiny was coined by John O'Sullivan and was further promoted by Horace Greeley in his admonition, "Go west, young man." Now, besides this mythology of Manifest Destiny, there were some sound reasons why the United States expanded westward. There was cheap and fertile land in the west. The fertile farmland available in the United States proper, the area that had been divided by states and was well settled, that area was already claimed by people. So you would have to pay more money to get that farmland, and it would have already been used, so it may not be as fertile as it once was, where in the West there was land that hadn't been farmed yet. There was land that was cheap and fertile, and it could give you a good life if you were willing to go out there and work hard. In addition, the more land that was claimed by the Americans, the less there was that could be claimed by the British. So, even though the British wasn't supposed to be claiming any new land in the Americas, that was always a threat if there was land that had been unclaimed by any country. So if the Americans expanded westward and took over certain areas of land, that meant there was less land Britain could lay claim to. Americans also had an eye towards claiming western ports to begin trading with Asia. If they had ports along the western coast, they could sail straight across to Asia. They wouldn't have to go all the way across Europe to get to Asia, or just pay different amounts of money to the British, who could export goods from the Asian countries and then send them over to America. But Americans would be paying more money for that because they would have to travel further. If Americans could just have their own port cities, Asian countries could send their own ships over, sell their own goods to Americans directly, and Americans could also launch out of those western port cities and trade with the Asian countries. So the Americans did have an eye on getting western port cities built up. The fur trading industry, or fur trapping industry, made the Oregon country more appealing, and the discovery of gold in a California stream generated even more excitement over the economic potential of the West. So, people realized that trapping animals for their fur and trading and selling those furs was becoming more lucrative, and there were a lot of animals to be trapped in this open Oregon country. And then in California, gold was discovered in a stream, and this led to even more excitement over the economic potential of the West. They realized that there was gold to be had there was farming to be had there was fur trapping to be had there was a lot of economic potential in the West, and so that gave another sound reason to why Americans wanted to expand westward. And finally, many Americans felt that they would only be benefiting the world by spreading their ideas of liberty and democracy across as much land as possible. So some countries, especially in South America, had already identified with the United States. They had already declared their own independence, they had formed their own small countries, and they wanted to try to have a democracy like America did. They wanted to be free, they wanted their liberty, their personal liberties, and so other countries were already following America as a model. So now the Americans felt that they would only be benefiting the world if they brought their values, their ideals of liberty and democracy to other areas of the world. So if they spread across as much land as possible, promoting these ideals or spreading them as they spread the United States, basically, as they made the United States larger and encompassing more land, those values would be spread to those areas because they would be a part of the United States as well. So manifest destiny is the term used to describe the inevitability and righteousness of American expansion westward, of the American expansion across the continent to spread from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific. And it meant that this was going to happen, this was inevitable, and that the righteousness meant that it was destined to happen. This was a good thing. Many believed it was destined by God. Others believed it just should happen because of the economic potential there. The term was coined by John O'Sullivan to promote annexation of Texas and the Oregon Country. The idea was given further credence by Horace Greeley whenever he admonished people, "Go west, young man," spreading the ideals of the West, saying that you could have a good life out there as opposed to the poverty and unemployment found in a lot of large eastern cities. Besides these ideas of manifest destiny, there were actual sound reasons for America to extend westward. There was cheap and fertile land. The more land America claimed, the less the British could claim. Americans wanted western port cities so they could trade with Asia. They also realized that there were a lot of lucrative industries to be had in the West, such as fur trapping and gold mining, in addition to having fertile land for farming. And then Americans wanted to continue to spread their ideals of liberty and democracy to as many lands as possible. The immediate causes of the Mexican-American War were the American annexation of Texas, disputes over the southern border of Texas, the large amount of money owed to the United States by Mexico, and the Mexicans held the U.S. in contempt, considering them greedy land grabbers. So, there were many causes for the Mexican-American War. Things had kind of been leading up to this for a while. The Americans annexed Texas. The United States made Texas a state, made it part of the country. Texas had previously belonged to Mexico, and then Texas had declared its independence and had been an independent country for 9 years at the time that it was annexed. But Mexico still felt like if Texas wasn't going to be independent, it should belong to Mexico. And part of Texas they still felt like belonged to them because there were still disputes over the southern border of Texas. So the border between Texas and Mexico. The United States also was unhappy about the large amount of money that Mexico owed them. So Mexico owed them all this money, but was still saying, no, that's our land, no, you can't have it, even though Texas was supposed to already have some of the land in question. The Mexicans also held the United States in contempt, considering them greedy land grabbers. Now, in fairness, the United States did have their idea of manifest destiny that they were trying to accomplish, making the United States stretch from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific, from east to west. And the United States had been steadily expanding since its formation. So the United States was taking up a lot of land, but they did at least try to pay for it or make some kind of amends whenever they did get land. But Mexico wasn't open to the idea at all. So Polk sent an emissary to buy Texas, California, and some Mexican territory around that area for $30 million, and he was refused. So $30 million was a pretty good chunk of money at this time. Mexico actually owed the United States money, but Polk sent an emissary saying, we'll pay you $30 million for Texas, which they'd already annexed and felt like they owned, for California, which was newer territory that the United States wanted, and some more Mexican territory that was near these areas. So he did try to buy it. So while the Americans may have been greedy land grabbers, they did at least try to pay for land whenever they were trying to take over it. So they did try to pay for it here. Now, he was refused. Mexico said, no way, Jose, we're not selling any of that land. Zachary Taylor then led an American expedition into a disputed area of Texas. So this was an area that the United States felt like it was entitled to. After they had annexed Texas, this would be a part of the United States, so they were in an area they felt like was their land. Now, it was a disputed area, so Mexico felt like this area was their land as well. Some of Taylor's men were killed. So in this expedition, in this disputed area, there were also Mexican citizens, and some of Taylor's men were killed in this area. Polk was able to use these deaths as a rationale for war, despite considerable opposition in Congress. So Congress didn't necessarily want to go to war, but Polk felt like war was the quickest option to get these goals accomplished since his offer of buying the territory had been refused. Overall, the Democrats supported the war, while the Whigs, led in part by Abraham Lincoln, were opposed to the war. So he did have some support in Congress, but there was considerable opposition in Congress, and with the deaths of some of Taylor's men in this disputed area, which the United States did consider to be its land, Polk was able to rationalize the necessity of war at this time. So they went to war, and the United States emerged victorious from the Mexican-American War. This was not an especially long war. It was actually pretty quick. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was signed in 1848 after Polk sent an emissary with cash. So this time he didn't just say, oh, we'll pay you this much. He sent cash and said, here's this money. We would like to persuade Santa Anna, the leader of Mexico at this time, to stop the war. So Polk sent an emissary, and he actually sent cash money with this emissary to persuade Santa Anna to stop the war. And that was enough with the defeats that the Mexicans had been suffering to cause Santa Anna to say, okay, I'll sign the treaty. So under the terms of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, the United States got California. This was new area. The rest of Texas, so any part of Texas that had been disputed, and all of the Mexican territory between Louisiana and California, including present-day Utah and Nevada. In exchange, the United States erased a good deal of Mexico's debts. So, in the beginning, Polk said, we'll pay you $30 million for Texas, California, and some of your Mexican territory. They refused. In the end, Mexico suffered some crushing defeats during the Mexican-American War, and then eventually gave the United States the rest of Texas, California, and all of the Mexican territory between Louisiana and California. And they didn't actually get any money given to them at this time. The United States just erased a good deal of Mexico's debt, which wasn't really that much of a burden to the United States. The United States didn't have this money to begin with because Mexico hadn't paid it back to them. So they just said, okay, you won't owe us this anymore. They'd already spent the money as far as they were concerned because it had been out of the budget. So it wasn't as big of a loss for the United States to erase these debts as it would have been for them to pay the $30 million to Mexico in the first place. So the United States really made out like bandits here, and Mexico didn't really get that great of a deal. but the Mexican-American War was ended with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. The United States gained a lot more territory, and Mexico got some of its debts erased. Controversy immediately erupted over whether the new territories would be allowed to have slaves. Some abolitionists wanted to cancel the treaty altogether, while some Southern Democrats wanted to claim the entirety of Mexico. So, the abolitionists wanted to get rid of slaves. They wanted to free all the slaves and get rid of the institution of slavery altogether. A lot of the states that practiced slavery were in the South. A lot of the free states were in the North. So as more Southern territory was acquired, the slave states thought, ooh, these will be more slave states. If you have more votes in Congress through your states that are all voting for different bills or laws that will help the institution of slavery, then you're going to have a better chance of winning and getting those bills passed. So the states really didn't want there to be an imbalance that wasn't in their favor. So if all of these territories were allowed to have slaves, then that would create several new states that were slave states, and that would outnumber the free states. If they were not allowed slaves, then that would make several new free states, which would greatly outnumber the slave states. So the abolitionists wanted to cancel the treaty altogether. They said, oh, no, if we're getting all this territory and slaves are going to be allowed, we don't even want this territory. We want to cancel the treaty altogether. While some of the Southern Democrats wanted to claim all of Mexico. Hey, we're getting all this land from Mexico right now. They really lost in the war. They were crushed at several different battles. Let's just take all of Mexico, because the more land we have in the South, the more land we're going to have that will most likely be slave states. So the South saw this as an opportunity for more slave states and wanted to keep pushing. The North saw this as a possibility of more slave states and said, oh, let's just back away completely. Well, they didn't go out of the treaty, and they didn't go try to take all of Mexico. So while different people had these very extreme opinions, neither of those things actually happened. But there was a lot of controversy over this new territory, and it was a hot button issue because people didn't want there to be too many slave states or too many free states. They liked there being a balance so that in Congress there wasn't too much of an imbalance when it came to voting for different bills or laws to be passed. So the Mexican-American War was caused as a result of the annexation of Texas by the United States, disputes over the southern boundary between Texas, which was now the United States, and Mexico, the fact that Mexico owed a large amount of money to the United States, and the perception that the United States was greedy and they were land grabbers that the Mexicans held. Polk tried to buy the territory that the United States wanted and was refused when he sent an expedition into a disputed area of Texas, and some United States soldiers were killed, or United States men on this expedition were killed. Polk was able to use this as a rationale for the Mexican-American War. This war was not very long, and the United States ended up emerging victorious, and with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, they came out much ahead in this war. They reestablished boundaries. The United States gained California, the rest of Texas, and all the area between Louisiana and California. So this was a big territory gain for the United States. And the United States simply erased some of Mexico's debt instead of actually having to pay Mexico for this exchange. There was a lot of controversy after this, after the Mexican-American War, over if the territory would become slave territory or free territory.
Today we want to go over just some of the basics related to the conflict between the North and the South that resulted in the War Between the States, or the Civil War, in the 1800s, 1861 to 65. And when we think about this, often it's taught in very flat, basic terms, and things, as we know in the real world, are often much more complicated. But the basic conflict between the North and the South was not merely slavery. They had many differences, and these differences found perhaps a focal point in slavery, but there were other things as well. And so I want to go through just a few of those basic differences that led to the conflict between them that eventually precipitated out into the Civil War. First, when we think about the conflict between the North and the South, we need to think in terms of economic differences. The economy in the North and the economy in the South were based on very different things. The Northern economy was much more diversified. It had small individual farms run by individuals, and it had an industrial base. The South, by contrast, was almost uniformly economic in terms of agrarian needs. They had large-scale plantations as well as individual farms, but the economy was run on growing cash crops like cotton and tobacco, and basically you needed a lot of manpower to make that work. When we think in terms also of economics, we need to think in terms of population density. The population in the North was much more dense. There were more people in the North. The South was spread out with fewer people. And the majority of the people in the South were slaves in this case. So in terms of economics, you've got a difference in population density, a difference in focus, more diverse in the North, much more uniform in the South. And when that comes into play, then you start making people worried. If you start taking away their source of labor, you're basically threatening their livelihood. And now we're going to get to the question of morality down here below, but just in terms of economics, part of the way the South saw things was, hey, if you change things and you abolish slavery, you're actually going to destroy our economy and our livelihood and our way to make money. We don't have anything else to fall back on. So that was part of the issue then, was economic differences. Industrial and diversified in the North, agrarian in the South, large-scale plantations, cotton and tobacco primarily. Next, when we think about the conflict between the North and the South, it needs to be seen as a power issue, a political power issue. So on the federal level, what the South was hoping for was equality. Now, if the federal level is run by representation that's based on population, and there's more population in the North and less population in the South, then the South is going to say, hey, wait a minute, you're always going to get your way because you're going to have more representation because you have more population. We'd like to equalize that. And the way we're going to equalize that is we want our slave populations counted for purposes of representation. And taxation is also based on population. In that case, the South would say we don't want to be taxed on our slave population, just on our landowning population. And so the compromise that worked out, which has been called the 3/5 compromise, basically 3 out of every 5 slaves counted for purposes of representation and taxation. It was a way to boost taxation from the South and also for the South to boost representation on the federal level. Basically, the South saw this, though, as we want political equality on the federal level so you don't lord it over us and get your way and we have no say in it. But on the local level, the South very much wanted autonomy. We don't want you telling us what to do. On the local level, leave us alone. It's been said that almost every day Robert E. Lee woke up during the Civil War, looked across the lines at the North and said, I wish those people over there would go home and leave us alone. It wasn't a war of conquest on behalf of the South. They wanted to be left alone. So, economic differences, political differences, power differences, equality on the federal level, autonomy on the local level, and then we get to the whole question here of morality. And this was a big one. To those in the North, and I think to those of us today, we would say that slavery is very much a moral issue before it's ever an economic or a power issue. It's a moral issue, one human being owning another. Now, it's easy to be anachronistic here and say, well, viewed from today, we know they're wrong. If you can get, though, into their mindset of their day, this is how they thought about it. The abolitionists in the North said it's immoral and wrong, and here's our reasoning. Those who were pro-slavery in the South weren't trying to argue that, hey, we think this is indifferent morally. They actually, as a Christian culture largely, at least a Christian culture on the surface, said that the Bible nowhere condemns slavery, and if we abide by its injunctions on how we treat our slaves, we're well within morality. That's obviously easily debated, but from those in the North, the abolitionists, the standpoint was clear. It's immoral, therefore it needs to end. We don't care if it crushes your economy or if we have to do it through force of political power. It's immoral. And I think there was in the South at least a sense of fear of, well, if you've got the moral argument, then these arguments, which are important to us, hold no sway. And so it led to the inevitable conflict, I think, in some ways. But this is very much a part of this question and part of the conflict between the North and the South. And then finally, when you think in terms of social structure, the North and the South were very different socially. The North was much more egalitarian. It had much more influx of peoples from all sorts of different areas, and even though there would obviously be squabbles between them, by and large they were more egalitarian in their culture. Everyone had equal opportunity, could rise as far as their ability allowed, more or less. And that's sort of their mindset, was egalitarian. The South was much more stratified, much more hierarchical, much more like Britain in that sense. Everyone had a class. You were born into a certain class. You needed to know your place and keep your place. And if you were a slave, you were at the bottom of the bucket, and it went from there on up to the landed aristocracy, the landowners, basically. I'm not arguing the rightness and wrongness of that. I'm just saying that that was part of the differences that led to the conflict and why they were that way. More or less egalitarian, much more stratified and hierarchical in their view of things. These sorts of differences and many more all flowed together into that volatile time leading to that conflict. So it wasn't just a flat, easy read of, hey, the South was immoral and liked slaves, and the North was moral and hated slaves, and that's why they fought. It was issues related to economic differences, political power differences, social structure differences, and yes, differences in how they saw the moral question related to slavery. Well, this has just been a brief overview then of some of the issues related to the conflict between the North and the South. It's much more complex than we can possibly cover in this brief video, but I wanted to highlight those for us and then encourage you to study further. If you'd like to know more about this or related matters, underneath this video you'll see a link. If you'll click on that link, it'll take you to the website that has that information, and while you're on that website you'll also find a link to an ebook that's ready for immediate download.
The Missouri Compromise. In 1820, the territory called Missouri asked to enter the Union as a slave state. This would have made the number of slave states 12 compared to 11 free states. So at this time in the United States, a state was considered either a free state or a slave state. If the state allowed slavery, it was a slave state. If the state did not allow slavery, then it was a free state. So most of your free states were going to be up north, and most of your slave states are going to be down in the South because slavery was more prevalent in the South. Now, in 1820, there were 11 free states and 11 slave states, so there were an even number for each side of this issue. So if Missouri had entered as another slave state, this would have given the slave states the upper hand when it came to voting for different things in Congress. There would be more people in favor of slavery than there were in favor of not having slavery, in favor of being a free state. So, rather than allow this to happen, James Talmadge proposed abolishing slavery in Missouri. So he said, okay, how about we just make Missouri a free state? If we make Missouri abolish slavery, Missouri enters as a free state, how about that? Well, that wouldn't have been a great solution for everyone, because then there would have been 12 free states and only 11 slave states, so someone's still getting slighted there. So Henry Clay then offered another solution known as the Missouri Compromise. According to this proposal, Missouri would enter the Union as a slave state, but Maine would separate from Massachusetts and become a free state. So Massachusetts was already a free state. Maine at this time was part of Massachusetts. So in Henry Clay's compromise, Maine separated and became its own state, and it would enter as a free state. Missouri would enter as a slave state as it wanted, and that would change the number of both free states and slave states to 12. You'd have one of each being added, and so that was the compromise. It kept the number even. Each group would have the same number of states on the issue of slavery. But Missouri could still enter as a slave state as it had wanted to. Furthermore, everything south of Missouri would be slave territory, and everything above would be free. So the Missouri Compromise also lined out something for the future. In the future, anything south of Missouri would be considered slave territory, so if a state was to enter the Union from that area, it would be considered a slave state, and anything above Missouri would be free. So any states entering from above Missouri, any new states entering the Union would be free states. And this pretty much set a precedent as states were added, that there would generally be one slave state added for one free state. They wouldn't allow just one or the other to join, because then that would upset the balance in Congress. So they wanted to keep things even, and the Missouri Compromise kind of set the stage for that. Now, this compromise was satisfactory to pretty much everybody for several reasons, even though the proposed free lands were larger than slave lands. So you might think some would have a problem with this, especially because the proposed free lands north of Missouri were larger than the slave lands south of Missouri. But people had their reasons for being okay with this compromise. This was because most agreed that slavery could not be successful in colder climates. So if you move up north, it gets colder. And people thought, you know what, slavery's not going to be that successful up north anyway, so it's okay if everything north of Missouri is going to be a free state, because slavery wouldn't work there very well anyway. Most of the slaves are working on large plantations. Large plantations aren't going to be able to grow for as many months out of the year further north where it's colder. So this wasn't really something that was going to work as well up north, so they were fine with that area being free. Additionally, many thought that Texas would soon be a part of the United States. Texas was a very large area of land, and it would mostly be south of Missouri. So people thought, okay, Texas will join the Union soon, and then we'll have all that land in an additional state or multiple states that will be considered slave states, more slave territory. So everyone was okay with this because slavery wasn't going to work as well up north anyway, and the South thought, okay, we'll be getting more land soon anyway, so it doesn't matter if right now the free lands are larger than the slave lands. So the Missouri Compromise was a solution that Henry Clay came up with in response to Missouri's request to join the Union as a slave state, which would have offset the balance and made the United States have 12 slave states to 11 free states. The compromise included Missouri getting to enter as a slave state at the same time that Maine separated from Massachusetts and became a free state. And it also clarified for the future that anything south of Missouri would be slave territory and anything north of Missouri would be free territory. Dred Scott. Dred Scott was a slave who had been taken by his owner from Missouri, a slave state, and after they left Missouri, Dred Scott and his owner, he then traveled to Illinois, a free state, and then to the Minnesota Territory, considered free land based on the Missouri Compromise. Then he returned to Missouri. So Scott was actually with his family, which was his wife and 2 daughters, and they were traveling with his owner, who was a doctor in the United States Army. So the Army sent him to different places. He was in Missouri, then he got stationed in Illinois, then he was sent out to the Minnesota Territory, which meant that Scott and his family were taken into free states and into a free territory. And so some people thought he should be considered free now because he had been in free lands, which would have given him his freedom. Other people said no, he was still property of his owner, the doctor. And so there was some confusion on this, and there were lots of people on both sides of the debate. And this idea became more and more popular and more of an issue. So after his owner died, after they returned to Missouri, Scott and abolitionists who wanted to abolish slavery or get rid of it took his case to court, stating that Scott and his family were free after living in free territory. Now the case got passed up and up and up, and eventually it made it to the Supreme Court, which seriously tested the United States laws regarding slavery. So in the Missouri Compromise, Congress had come up with some certain laws that would be a compromise for both the slave states and the free states. And those laws, along with the other constitutional laws, all came into question with the Supreme Court when they had to decide this case. Was Dred Scott and were his family members free because they had traveled into free territory, or were they still considered slaves because they were still property of that owner? Well, the Supreme Court decided that as a slave, Scott was not a U.S. citizen. Therefore, he could not sue for freedom. So, since he wasn't a citizen, he couldn't sue for freedom. His time in free states did not change his status. So, the Supreme Court ruled that no, he and his family were not free. They were still considered slaves. They were passed to the doctor's wife, and whenever she remarried, they got passed off back to Dred Scott's first owner. And so he didn't get his freedom with this Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court said, no, you're not free. Even though you went in the free states, you were still property of that doctor, and the doctor shouldn't be deprived of his personal property because of where he travels. So that was how the Supreme Court was thinking. And since he wasn't a citizen himself, because he was of African descent, he couldn't sue for his own freedom. And finally, the Supreme Court decided that the Missouri Compromise was overturned as unconstitutional. So first and foremost, all laws and decisions need to be constitutional. They need to be in line with what the Constitution says. And the Supreme Court said, actually, the Missouri Compromise is unconstitutional. We're overturning it. The court said Congress had overstepped its bounds by outlawing slavery in the territories. This gave popular sovereignty to all states and territories, which meant that each state or territory got to decide for itself whether it was going to be a slave state or a free state or territory. And so the Missouri Compromise, trying to dictate which states would be free and which would be slave states or territories, the Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional. Each state should get to decide for itself. We're going to make sure popular sovereignty is very clear, and that's what we're going to go by. We're not going to go by the Missouri Compromise. And they also said Dred Scott and his family should still be slaves, and they should just be passed off like property as since his owner had died. And so this decision spurred public outrage, especially among the abolitionists who wanted Dred Scott to become free and were trying to abolish slavery. And it deepened tensions between the northern and southern states. So the northern states were primarily abolitionists, primarily free states. The southern states are primarily slave states. And so tensions between those two areas of one country grew even deeper because this case had made it clear that the North felt one way very decisively, and the South was still leaning towards slavery very heavily. And eventually it was going to be a bigger problem. Now, there is a happy ending for Dred Scott because while the Supreme Court did not decide that he was supposed to be free and that his family should be free, Dred Scott and his family got passed off to his owner who died's wife. The wife remarried. Her husband gave Dred Scott and his family back to his original owners, and that owner immediately set him free and emancipated him. So 3 months after this court decision, Dred Scott and his wife and 2 daughters did become free African American people. They still didn't count as citizens yet because anyone of African descent couldn't count as a citizen at this point in time. But they did become free people and could go live in the free states and make their own money and didn't belong to anyone. They weren't owned by anyone. So there was a happy ending for Dred Scott, but this case spurred more and more tension between the northern and southern states. Emancipation Proclamation. The Emancipation Proclamation was an executive order issued by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863. And this was not something done by Congress. This was done solely by President Lincoln as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. So it did have a certain weight whenever he proclaimed all of this, but it wasn't, only Congress could declare war, and so it wasn't actually Congress saying it, it was just an executive order from President Lincoln. Now, the Emancipation Proclamation freed all slaves in Confederate states that had not ceased rebellion by the beginning of the year. So, Lincoln had issued a pre-proclamation. He had said, I will be issuing a proclamation on the 1st of the year. If by the time that January 1st rolls around, you haven't stopped rebelling, you haven't come back and joined the Union, then you will be subject to this proclamation. And he told all of the states that in September. So they had a few months to decide this, but the Confederate states that hadn't ceased rebellion were supposed to be under the jurisdiction of the Emancipation Proclamation. So what it said was that all the slaves in those Confederate states were free now. It effectively freed them. The proclamation stated that suitable ex-slaves, also known as freedmen, could join the paid service of the United States Armed Forces. So they had to be suitable. They pretty much only took men, and they were going to want healthy, younger men that could actually do some fighting. So suitable ex-slaves could join. They could be paid to be part of the Union Army. Lincoln ordered the Union Army to recognize and maintain the freedom of all freedmen who joined. So even though it's the Union Army, there were still going to be some people who didn't think that these people that had just been slaves a couple months before should be fighting with them. So he ordered the Army to make sure that their freedom was recognized and maintained, because he was serious about this. And because Lincoln was freeing them and giving them the option to fight and be paid to do so, several of the freedmen did join the armed services. Almost 200,000 black men fought in the Union Army, and approximately 10,000 served in the Navy. So this added a lot to the number of soldiers and the size of the army that Lincoln commanded. So they really helped in the war effort. And similarly, the South had lost a lot of the people that had lived there. They lost a lot of their population, because even if they didn't follow the Emancipation Proclamation and let their slaves go, a lot of slaves would escape and get over state lines into free states, into what was considered the Union, and then they would be free. And then a lot of them would go and fight against the South for the Union Army. The proclamation also set a precedent for the emancipation of slaves as the war progressed. So as they moved steadily south and they started to control more southern areas, they would free the slaves in those areas. And it showed that ending slavery was a goal of the Union war effort. Lincoln started out just wanting to get the Union back together. Slavery was a big issue, but it wasn't all that they were fighting for. He just wanted to get the Union back together. The South were saying, no, we're going to rebel because we want to keep our slaves. The North was saying, well, we don't like you keeping your slaves, but we still want you to be part of the Union. The Confederate States said, no, we'll just make our own country and we'll have our slaves over here. And Lincoln wanted to prevent that. He wanted to keep the country together. And so that was what the primary goal was in the beginning. But after the Emancipation Proclamation, a huge goal became freeing all of the slaves and abolishing slavery. So that is all that the Emancipation Proclamation did do. Now, the proclamation did not free any slaves under Union control. So if there were some Confederate states that did go back under Union control by their deadline of January 1st. And the slaves in those states were not freed. They were still allowed to be kept as slaves until the end of the war. And so the Emancipation Proclamation did not actually abolish slavery. It didn't get rid of slavery altogether. It only got rid of slavery in the Confederate states that were rebelling against the Union. There was that goal of emancipating slaves as they moved south and, in the end, abolishing slavery, but the Emancipation Proclamation did not do that. It only abolished slavery and freed the slaves in the Confederate states that were not under Union control. And the proclamation did not make ex-slaves citizens. So yes, they were free, but they were not U.S. citizens yet. The Emancipation Proclamation did a lot in terms of moving forward the goal of emancipating slaves, and it enforced that freeing the slaves is going to be a major goal of the Civil War and on the northern side. And so that is why it was so important. President Abraham Lincoln showed that he wasn't messing around with the slavery issue. If the Union couldn't be returned to one whole country, then he was going to free all the slaves in the South and end this slavery thing for good. Now, the Emancipation Proclamation didn't end slavery for good. That didn't happen until the 13th Amendment was added to the Constitution after the Civil War. But the proclamation did spur people to all unite under the goal in the North, and as far as the Union went, to end slavery. The Union decided ending slavery is one of our goals now. As we move through the South, we are going to free slaves. Where the Confederate was just trying to hang on to their slaves and maintain themselves as a new country. So the Emancipation Proclamation was very important in terms of reestablishing the goal of the Civil War as freeing slaves as the Union was reunited.
About 150 years ago, from 1861 to 1865, the American Civil War occurred. Now, anytime there's a civil war, that's because there are warring factions or different sides that claim allegiance to the same country. In the case of the American Civil War, the warring factions included the Confederacy or the Southern states versus the Union or the Northern states. Now, there is a disagreement between scholars that study the Civil War period about the specific causes that led to the South seceding or leaving the Union and triggering the Civil War. However, generally, there is consensus about 5 causes that led to the beginning of the Civil War. Those causes include slavery, sectionalism, territorial crisis, national elections, and states' rights. Now, the American Civil War, as all civil wars, was and still is today our most bloody conflict. The American Civil War resulted in at least 600,000 deaths. And that's 600,000 deaths on both sides, North and South. And because most of the Civil War was fought in the South, it literally left many Southern states and communities devastated. Now, when we look at the Civil War from a military standpoint, we're primarily looking at 2 personalities. In the South, we had Robert E. Lee. By far, Robert E. Lee was one of the South's most able military commanders. Now, Robert E. Lee started off as the commander of the Army of Virginia, which was by far the South's largest unit and from the South's probably most prominent state, Virginia. Eventually, Lee would be promoted to Commander-in-Chief of Confederate forces. Then for the North, you had General Ulysses S. Grant. At the beginning of the Civil War, Lincoln, who was the president at that time, had to go through many generals in order to find one that could actually come up with a strategy to defeat the South and bring the Union back together. Eventually, Lincoln would settle on Grant. He would be promoted to be commander of all Union forces, and eventually he became the 18th president of the United States. Now, looking at the Civil War, there were many battles. Some historians would say that there was an engagement during the Civil War nearly every day from 1861 to 1865. But we see here in 1860, Lincoln was elected. The South is beginning to realize that because of their economic position, which is translating to their political position, they are losing a lot of influence in the United States when it comes to national elections. Now, 1861, Southern forces fire on Fort Sumter, where there are Union forces located. This signals the beginning of the Civil War in Fort Sumter, South Carolina. By 1863, we have this great battle in Pennsylvania called the Battle of Gettysburg. There were many casualties, and this battle was a signal of the tide turning from the South to the North, an eventual victory by 1865 at the Battle of Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia, where Lee surrenders to Grant and the Civil War ends.
The 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution has had a huge impact on the United States. It was ratified on December 6, 1865. So the 13th Amendment was passed during the Reconstruction era. And the Reconstruction era existed after the Civil War ended. So this was a time when the Confederate states that had broken off from the whole United States were joining back together with the northern states to form one complete U.S. again. And so this was a difficult time for the country. A lot of laws had to be passed to help figure out how this was going to happen, how all these states were going to join back together. And in addition, many of the Confederate soldiers had to be granted pardons because they were considered in opposition to the U.S., and so they were committing illegal acts. And so in order for them not to go to prison, they had to be granted presidential pardons. Now, the 13th Amendment freed all slaves, and it also legally forbade slavery in the U.S. So it freed all current slaves and said that slavery could not exist again. Now, slaves were freed without giving monetary compensation to the slave holders. And this is because this was considered an illegal act now, and so it didn't make sense to give money to the people because they were doing something illegal. And it's interesting, though, because these slaveholders saw their slaves as their property. And so since they were losing their property, they would want to be compensated for it. So this was a huge financial loss to the slaveholders. Now, what kind of impact did the 13th Amendment have? Well, for one, it changed the societal composition of the South and some of the border states. Because before, African Americans were generally slaves, but now they are just normal citizens. It also changed the economy. Because like I said earlier, the slaves were considered property, and so these slaveholders had to pay for them initially, but after that, they didn't have to pay wages. Now, if they were going to hire African Americans, they had to pay them wages for their work, and so this changed the economy. In some cases, maybe it was too expensive to own these slaves or to employ these slaves. And so it created economic change in the South. And then civil rights was also born after the 13th Amendment happened, because now at first the idea was these African Americans needed to be freed from slavery. But now that they've been freed, they're not on equal ground with the white people of the U.S. And so that's what happened with the civil rights movement, pretty much starting at this point all the way up into not that long ago, as African Americans and others on their behalf were fighting for equal rights to that of the other Americans. Now, to give you a full context of the 13th Amendment, it has two sections. And so Section 1 says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime, where the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. So this was saying, like I said earlier, that slavery can never exist again. People could only be made to work, basically, if it was punishment for a crime that they had been convicted for. And so basically what was happening is these slaves were being treated like criminals, even though they were not. And then Section 2 says Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. And so that's some of the legislation I was talking about that was born out of the Reconstruction era. So this 13th Amendment was passed, but now other laws had to be put in place to help this process of the slaves being freed go smoothly. The 14th Amendment was ratified on July 9, 1868, during the Reconstruction era of the United States. The 14th Amendment declared that all persons born or naturalized were U.S. citizens. So basically, if someone was born in the U.S. or naturalized, they were considered a U.S. citizen. And then it also declared that all citizens were entitled to equal rights regardless of race. So the 14th Amendment basically did two things. First, it defined who a U.S. citizen was, and then it said that all of these citizens have equal rights. Now, the amendment fell short of giving black men the right to vote, but it paved the way for the 15th Amendment, which did give black men the right to vote. Now, this amendment angered women's rights activists because it made the right to vote a male right. And it wasn't much later until the 19th Amendment that women were given the right to vote. Now, the major impact of the 14th Amendment was that human rights were granted at the state as well as the national level through the Due Process Clause. So I'm going to write that on the board because that's really important to remember, the Due Process Clause. So the 14th Amendment said that all people, all citizens, cannot be convicted of a crime unless they've been through the due process of law. And so we could also say that the 14th Amendment granted due process to all citizens. So basically these minority groups, or the black people, couldn't be discriminated against by the court system. They were given the same rights to a fair trial under the Bill of Rights that white Americans were given as well. So again, the 14th Amendment did basically two things. It defined who U.S. citizens were and said that they were all given equal rights. The 15th Amendment was ratified in 1870. Now, this 15th Amendment granted black men the right to vote. It passed because Confederate states were forced to comply based on the Military Reconstruction Act. The Military Reconstruction Act was passed a few years prior by Congress, despite President Johnson's veto. And so this put the Confederate states under military control to aid in the process of Reconstruction, of the southern states being joined together again with the northern states. And so as part of the Military Reconstruction Act, they had to pass the 15th Amendment. And women's rights activists also opposed the amendment because it granted the right to vote to males only. So you can see how much opposition and tension there was with the 15th Amendment, because women's rights activists opposed it, as well as these Confederate and Southern states who had a lot of prejudice against blacks. And so really only through the Military Reconstruction Act could the 15th Amendment most likely come about. Now, women also wanted the right to vote, or these women rights activists wanted the right to vote as well. And so that didn't come about until the 19th Amendment, which came about much later. And so they opposed it because this amendment was making the right to vote a male right only. Because although it was giving it to blacks, and so now it wasn't, before it was just a white male right, and now it was cutting across cultural lines. And so now no longer was it a right of one ethnicity, but it was still just a right of one gender. And so the push for women's rights eventually resulted in the 19th Amendment. But here we're just focusing on the 15th Amendment, and this was the last of three very historic amendments in the U.S. relating to Reconstruction. And that's the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. And these had a huge impact on life in the U.S. because they put an end to the era of slavery and were the first steps in giving freedom and equal rights to black people at the state and national levels.
Reconstruction. There were a few different aspects to Reconstruction after the Civil War in the United States. First, we have presidential Reconstruction. And this has to do with what the president has control over. So presidential construction was largely driven by President Andrew Jackson's policies. Lincoln had not gotten to do too much with Reconstruction before his assassination. So the primary policies for presidential Reconstruction came from Andrew Jackson. And he was lenient on the South and allowed continued discrimination and control over blacks. So presidential Reconstruction really wasn't helping to reconstruct. President Andrew Jackson just quickly wanted to say, okay, everything's reconstructed, we can be one union again, everything's over, everything's good. But that wasn't really the case. Next we have congressional Reconstruction. And this has to do with how Congress handled Reconstruction. Congress was controlled mainly by radical Republicans during this period. And they provided more civil rights for blacks and wanted more control over the Southern government. Basically, Congress wasn't ready to forgive and let the Southern governments go back to doing just what they'd been doing before. They were worried that the South would try to reinforce slavery or still keep African Americans in a lower condition or lower position than they were in. And they were right in a sense, because that did continue for a long time. The radical Republicans were just ones who were very seriously pro African Americans and anti-South. They wanted the South to be punished. They wanted to hold more control over the South to make sure they could be trusted before they were left on their own. So this was marked by military control of former Confederate state governments. So again, Congress that was made up of these radical Republicans were still worried about what the South might do if they were given free reign and could have their governments functioning however they wanted. So they have military control of these former Confederate state governments. And Congress was responsible for the Reconstruction Amendments, which were adopted from 1865 to 1870. Those were the 5 years directly following the Civil War. And so they worked to get these amendments passed. The 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution abolished slavery. So the Emancipation Proclamation had granted freedom to slaves in Confederate states that were rebelling against the Union, but it didn't free all slaves. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery and freed all slaves. The 14th Amendment included the privileges and immunities, due process, and equal protection clauses. So it was giving them more civil rights, more rights as U.S. citizens. And the 15th Amendment granted voting rights regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. So again, more civil rights, but specifically voting rights to all men, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This didn't give voting rights to women, only to men, and it could be for black or white men. And the promises of these amendments were worn away by state laws in the South and federal court decisions that upheld the state's laws and went against what these constitutional amendments were giving the new black citizens. So states passed what were known as the Jim Crow laws, which limited the rights of African Americans. And so it made it hard for them to be able to vote. It made it hard for them to have the same rights and privileges as white men did at that time. Now they were free, but they were still pushed into a lower position than white people. They weren't treated the same way. They weren't given the equal treatment that they should have been given under these Reconstruction amendments. And then finally, the last part of Reconstruction is known as redemption, which presumes that the South was redeemed and had lived up to any conditions it needed to live up to and could now be accepted back into the Union. So the Confederate States were gradually readmitted to the Union. And white Democrats took over most Southern governments. And the last troops left the South in 1877. So this is considered the last year of Reconstruction because it was when redemption was achieved. The last Union troops that had military control over those former Confederate states, they left, they retreated, and went back to their homes up north. So no more troops were there to control the governments. White Democrats swept across and took over most of the Southern governments and continued to oppress new black citizens. And the Confederate States were gradually readmitted to the Union. So they were considered redeemed, allowed back in with all the rights that they had previously as states in the Union. Now, black citizens were still going to be discriminated against for the years to come until the 1960s, when they actually were given their full rights and people were forced to acknowledge those instead of just ignoring them. The Jim Crow laws were overturned and considered unconstitutional themselves during the 1960s. But during Reconstruction, the Reconstruction amendments were passed, giving the new black citizens more rights in name. They just didn't get them in act yet. And the Southern governments were slowly rebuilt until they were allowed to function on their own, and that was known as redemption, which ended the period known as Reconstruction. The period in American history between Reconstruction and the Progressive Era is commonly known as the Gilded Age, and that time period was approximately 1880 to 1900. But things only looked prosperous from a distance. Now, that's not to say that there was nothing prosperous about this time period, but there were plenty of things that outsiders looking in didn't see. They just saw what looked like a Gilded Age, lots of good things going on in the United States. During this period, the United States seemed to be simultaneously abandoning the ideals of the past and failing to anticipate the future. Now, there were some reasons for this. This was due in large part to the confusion of a horrendous civil war and massive immigration, industrialization, and urbanization. So the Civil War caused a lot of problems in the United States. The South was going to be in debt. The South was kind of torn up from all of the things that happened during the war. Different battles had destroyed buildings. People had burned the railroads, which was basically going to be melting them to where they were unusable. A lot of things in the South had to be reconstructed. So you had that Reconstruction period, and after that, people were still kind of figuring things out. On top of that, you had massive immigration. You had a lot of people coming into the United States to work and look for that American dream. You had industrialization, lots of new innovations coming about faster than people could keep up with. And urbanization, the growth of cities. So all these things happening very quickly didn't leave the United States citizens a lot of time to plan for the future or to anticipate what was coming because things were changing so quickly. During this period, many Americans sought refuge in community organizations like the Moose Lodge, the Elks Club, and the Masonic Lodge. So these different groups let people go and join together with people who had the same ideas as them, and you could kind of feel like things weren't moving so fast. These people here all understood you and had the same kind of beliefs and ideals that you had. The politicians of the Gilded Age tended to avoid the major issues of social injustice and equality, and instead they focused on minor issues like public versus parochial schools and the Blue Laws, which were laws restricting commercial activity on Sunday. So the politicians at this time period weren't going to focus on the big gap in social justice and social equality. You still had a lot of freed slaves that were not getting the social services and the rights to citizenship that they should be getting. They were not being treated as equals as they should be. So you had a lot of that going on. Politicians were going to ignore it. Instead, they would focus on public versus parochial schools and the Blue Laws, restricting commercial activity on Sunday. A lot of people that came over to America from Europe were coming because of religious persecution. So a lot of people in America were religious at this time, and a lot of them didn't want to work on Sunday. So you have these laws restricting commercial activity, but with that boom in industrialization, people wanted there to be that extra work day as a possibility. Many business leaders did not trust politicians because they did not feel that they had to fight their way to the top. So a lot of businessmen felt that they had to fight their way to the top and that these politicians had not actually had to do that. Some of them may have actually been businessmen themselves, but some of them may have had people donate to their cause, or they may have been people running in an area where they've lived for a long time, their families lived a long time, and they've been inheriting that wealth rather than fighting their way to the top. So this led to business leaders not tending to trust the politicians, and businessmen believed that the role of government was to protect property and trade through tariffs. So this is what the businessmen wanted. They wanted their property protected, and they wanted trade protected so that they would benefit through tariffs that the government would put in place. So if the government was taxing goods that were being imported, that was going to help local United States businesses. So the businessmen just wanted government to protect property and trade. They didn't want them interfering in how their businesses were run in the United States. And many people at this time believed that wealth justified itself. So basically, if you were wealthy, you deserved it. And that God showed his favor, because remember, most of the people in the United States came from a religious background and could share this belief. They believed that God showed his favor to people by making them rich. There was a general sense that the poor were responsible for their own plight. So people weren't very sympathetic to poor people. The general idea was that wealthy people were wealthy because they deserved to be, and poor people were poor because they deserved to be poor. That God was showing his favor to people by making them rich, or if they didn't deserve to be rich, he was keeping them poor. There was that social injustice and inequality that was keeping some people down. There were different laws that were keeping poor people poor, and there wasn't a whole lot of anything in place to help people who were out of work. So while this was the general sense, it may not have been entirely accurate, leading to the idea that things looked prosperous all over from a distance, but there really were some problems during the Gilded Age in the United States. The Progressive Era was a time period in the United States from about 1890 to 1920. And it did overlap a little bit with the era of American imperialism, where the United States was branching out and getting more involved in world affairs. But progressivism, or the Progressive Era, was something more focused at home in the United States. And it was focused on making reforms and changes to the government. It is important to note that progressivism is not synonymous with socialism. Progressives wanted to change the system, while socialists wanted to destroy it altogether. So progressives saw some good in the current system that was in place in the United States, but they saw a lot of areas that change would be beneficial, and so they were pushing for change, for government reforms, for policy reforms, just changes in the way people specifically were treated, especially those that were in the poorer class. Progressives believed that the government should regulate all business, and this was so businesses could not take advantage of the little people, of the people who were poor, who were in lower socioeconomic classes. So if the government was regulating businesses, they couldn't tax too much, they couldn't charge too much for a product, and they couldn't make inferior products that weren't safe for the American people to use or consume. Moreover, progressives wanted to take government out of the hands of the rich and put it into the hands of the common people. So there were way fewer rich people than there were poor or middle class people who were considered the common people. So progressives wanted to take the government out of the hands of the rich, who weren't going to be regulating business because they would want to make more money from business, and put it into the hands of the common people, who could do more good for all of the common people. The rich people might not like it as much, but the common people would be benefited. Often progressives had difficulty getting organized. This problem had been the death knell of the populists, who had been around a few decades before with similar interests. But the progressives were able to succeed in spite of their turmoil because they had strong leaders. Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and Woodrow Wilson. These were all strong leaders who also became presidents of the United States and were able to further the interest of the progressive movement. The progressive philosophy was started by a small minority of liberal intellectuals, including William James and Henry Adams. Among the authors who wrote on progressive themes were Jacob Riis, who wrote How the Other Half Lives, Frank Norris, who wrote The Octopus on Railroad Corruption, and Upton Sinclair, who wrote The Jungle on Corruption in the Meatpacking Industry. So, along with having this philosophy started by a minority of liberals, they had authors who were furthering the ideals of progressivism. So, Jacob Riis wrote How the Other Half Lives. His book was primarily photographs, and it was photographs of the poorer people in tenement housing in New York City. And he took pictures to show the world how people were living, how the other half was living. So the rich people, the wealthier upper class people, he kind of thought they just don't know what's going on. If they know, if they can see how the other half lives, how the poorer half lives, then they would be morally bound to help them. So he was trying to put the issues out there to let everyone know how the poor people were living, what squalor they were living in, the terrible conditions that they were living in, and try to get some help for them from the richer classes. Frank Norris wrote The Octopus on Railroad Corruption. So within the railroad industry, there was also corruption. His book focused more on California and the wheat production and then transportation via railroad of that wheat and different problems that arose, or conflicts that arose between the railroad industry, the company that was in California, and the farmers growing the wheat. And Upton Sinclair wrote The Jungle on Corruption in the Meat Packing Industry. Now, he actually wrote The Jungle trying to also point out how the other half lives. He was also trying to point out how poorer people lived, what kind of conditions they lived in, only he was focusing in Chicago. However, his book was not taken that way. The poor immigrant that he was focusing on, that was his main character, worked in a series of meatpacking plants, and in describing his jobs, he exposed different kinds of malpractices in the meatpacking industry. He alleged that animals such as rats and people would fall into the vats and be ground up to go and be fed to the people, to wealthy people as well as poor people. And so whenever people read the book, they completely overlooked the part about the plight of the poor immigrants coming into the United States and focused on the poor sanitary conditions and what was allowed to happen in the meatpacking plants. And so as a result of The Jungle, there was a lot more regulation on food food production and packaging to make sure all that was sanitary before it got sent out for people to actually purchase and consume. The Individual Workers of the World, established in 1905 by Big Bill Hayward and known as the Wobblies, was a radical and militant labor union that appealed to unskilled workers. The progressives were pro-labor unions, and since the progressives were pushing the issue of the common people, unskilled workers were going to fit into that lower class, the poorer class, the more common people. They weren't going to be able to compete with the upper class elite, with the rich business owners, but if they joined together all of these unskilled workers into a labor union that was organized, that group of people could be very powerful and could go up against the big businesses. So this was one of the labor unions that was more radical and militant than most during the Progressive era. There were some interesting state and local experiments during this period. And by experiments, we just mean that people were trying out different things. Progressivism was all about change. It was all about reform. And so people were trying different ways of doing things, different ways of handling the government, different ways of handling business, of handling education. And so they called them experiments because there were things that weren't going on everywhere. One city or one state may take up these ideas and put them into practice, but not the whole country. So some examples. In Galveston, Texas, the city switched to a commission system in which the heads of various departments were elected. So whenever you have this commission and it is only governed by heads of departments that are elected, it's only people that have actually been chosen by the common people to represent the city. You're not going to have people appointed. You're not going to have one person in charge, like the mayor of a city, appointing these heads of departments. The heads of departments had to be elected by the common people. So they had a voice in Galveston, Texas during this time, during this local experiment. In Stanton, Virginia, the office of mayor was done away with in favor of a managing council. So this is similar to what happened in Galveston, except the managing council wasn't necessarily replacing heads of departments, but it did mean that instead of one person being in charge, the mayor, you now had a managing council who was in charge of this city. Robert La Follette's many reforms in Wisconsin led Roosevelt to refer to this state as the laboratory of democracy. So this whole state had a lot of reforms during the Progressive era. La Follette tied the university system, the railroads, and the banks to state government. So all of these things were tied to the state's government, and that meant that the state government was going to have more control over these things within Wisconsin, which meant that the common people could have more of a voice over what was going on. If they were just controlled individually as businesses, the railroads and the banks and the universities being considered businesses, and if they were allowed to regulate themselves, things might not work out as well for the common people. But when they're all tied to state government and being controlled by state government, the common people are going to have more of a voice. And then Governor Woodrow Wilson of New Jersey planned to use corporate taxes to pay for public education. So here is another state who would be using corporate taxes collected to pay for public education of New Jersey citizens. So there were a lot of different things being tried and tested in different states and cities throughout the United States. The Progressive era was all about change. People were looking for big changes from big business and corporations being in charge of things to the common people having more of a voice in the say of how government was run and how money was handled. The corporations got a lot of tax cuts. They've had loopholes to get out of paying taxes, and so the rich kept getting richer while the poor either stayed the same or lived in worse and worse conditions. So throughout the Progressive era, you had people and authors who were putting issues out there for the common people. They were trying to find ways to change things to better life for the common people. So that is the main theme you'll see throughout the Progressive era, which was around 1890 to around 1920.
The Spanish-American War took place in 1898 between Spain and the United States because of the U.S.'s involvement in the Cuban War of Independence. So in the 15th century, Spain took control of Cuba. And in the time after that, the Spanish had squashed a variety of revolts. And then in 1853, the United States offered Spain $130 million for Cuba. And this was during the presidency of Franklin Pierce. And then in 1886, slavery ended in Cuba, and another revolt was rising up. Then in 1898, the Cuban revolt was underway. So this was the Cubans revolting against the Spanish authority over them. Now, in spite of various factions supporting the Cubans, the U.S. President, William McKinley, refused to recognize the rebellion. He preferred negotiation over involvement in war. But then the USS Maine was blown up in Havana Harbor. And so this cost the lives of about 300 people. And so after the USS Maine was blown up, within 2 months, the U.S. had declared war. And then after the U.S. declared war, within 4 months, the war had ended with a Spanish surrender and then a treaty following that. So that's a look at the Spanish-American War.
American imperialism, the Panama Canal. The Spanish-American War had demonstrated that the United States needed a Latin American canal in order to become a major naval power. So if the United States was going to become a major naval power, a power on water, then it was going to have to be able to get around from the Atlantic to the Pacific or the Gulf to the Pacific quicker. And so they knew they needed some kind of Latin American canal if they wanted to be a major naval power. So while the British were busy with the Boer War in South Africa, they signed the Hay-Pauncefote Treaty in 1901, allowing the United States to build the canal without Britain. And this is important because there was an earlier treaty that said neither the United States nor Britain would build a canal through Latin America without the other country participating. But since the British were busy with the Boer War, they quickly signed this treaty and said, okay, United States, you are free to build on your own. Many in the United States, including President Roosevelt, wanted to build the canal in Nicaragua because it has a number of lakes that could be connected. And because it is mostly flat. Others lobbied for Panama, pointing out that a French contractor had already started the work on a canal there, and that Panama was narrower than Nicaragua. So that was true. Panama was narrower than Nicaragua, and that was why a French contractor had already started work there. But it was uneven, and so there was a big difference in the level of the land across that narrow channel of land. So Nicaragua would have been nice because there were lakes that could be connected and it was relatively flat, and so they wouldn't have a lot of elevation differences. Panama was a smaller area to get across, but it had a big elevation difference that people would have to overcome if they were going to build the canal there. But in 1902, the United States decided to attempt building the canal in Panama. And all it needed to do was acquire the land first. So they decided they wanted to build in Panama. They had considered building in both Panama and Nicaragua, but the fact remained that the United States didn't own that land. So first, the United States had to acquire the land to build a canal across Panama. Panama was owned by Colombia at this time. And the Colombians rejected the first offer made by the United States. So the United States did try to purchase an area of land to build this canal from Colombia. But the Colombians rejected this offer. Then in 1903, a rebellion broke out in Panama. And President Roosevelt recognized the new independent country of Panama after less than a day of fighting. So, Panama was owned by Colombia. It was like a colony of Colombia. It was considered Colombian territory. But a rebellion broke out in Panama, and when Panama tried to rebel and become its own country, President Roosevelt jumped at the opportunity to support that fledgling nation and recognize it as a new and independent country after less than a day of fighting. So there's no way to tell how that rebellion would have ended up otherwise, but the United States sent in troops to hold off the Colombians and make sure Panama was able to stay its own independent country. Because if Panama was its own country, it could give the United States permission to use that land or to buy land from them for the area needed for the canal, where Colombia had rejected the first offer the United States made. So, 15 days later, after Panama became a country, the United States purchased the Panama Canal zone from the new foreign minister for $10 million initially, which even then, while it sounds like a lot of money, wasn't a whole lot to be paying for this whole area, and $250,000 per year after that. So, President Roosevelt secured the land. A lot of people were embarrassed by this because it seemed like he got it in a tricky way, in an unfair way. He took advantage of this new country. He helped make sure it could become a new country so he could get what he wanted. And so a lot of people were embarrassed with how the United States acquired this zone. And years later, the United States did actually pay Colombia some money for its loss with Panama here. So it did try to make amends later, but a lot of people were embarrassed about this at the time. President Roosevelt was not. He was happy to have gotten his canal zone, and now they could start working. Once Roosevelt finally secured the building supplies and land to construct the canal, the brutal and dangerous work began. So yes, a French contractor had started the work, but things had been laying around there for a long time already. So a lot of the tools were rusted, or they didn't work anymore, or they were just outdated because so many new things had been invented that could do work much more efficiently. So they had to bring in a lot more new equipment. There were some buildings left behind, but those were kind of run down, not super sanitary, and so the United States had to basically replace all of those. And while they had dug out certain areas, natural erosion was going to set back what the French contractor had done. So while some work had been done, a lot of that work had kind of been undone by Mother Nature and the tide of new inventions. So in order to prevent malaria and other diseases transmitted by mosquitoes, the United States paved streets, drained swamps, and built houses so that workers would not have to sleep in tents. Nevertheless, the workdays were long and the pay was low. So these were brutal and dangerous work conditions. One of the biggest dangers was those mosquito-based diseases. Now, when the French contractors had been working on this before, no one really knew that mosquitoes carried disease. So the United States did have the upper hand at this point. They had realized that mosquitoes could transmit diseases. So if they cut down on mosquitoes, contact with mosquitoes, then they were going to cut down on disease. So they did end up successfully reducing how many people got mosquito-related diseases like malaria or yellow fever. They did pave streets, they drained swamps, made sure any standing water was gotten rid of, it was dried up or drained away, and they built houses so workers weren't sleeping in tents outside that mosquitoes could get in and out of. They also put different kinds of mosquito spray or pesticides out to try to get rid of the mosquitoes that were already alive and buzzing around so that they couldn't spread disease to anybody. So that was all a much better situation than when the French contractor worked there. But it was still a situation where there was a lot of hard work. They worked very long days and they weren't getting paid that much. And so there were still accidents related to the actual work and building of the canal. But as far as health and sanitation went, things improved a lot while the United States was building the canal than when the French contractor was there with his team building the canal. In the end, the canal cost about $400 million. So the United States spent a lot of money on this canal. And only $10 million of that initially, with the $250,000 a year after that, went to actually purchase the land or pay for access to the land that the canal was on. It was finished in 1913, but did not open until the next year. Roosevelt's visit to Panama made him the first president to leave the United States during his term. It's not that the presidents didn't travel, they just usually didn't travel while they were the president. So this was something new. No other president had traveled outside of the country during their actual term. And at present, about 12,000 ships go through the canal every year. And it takes 8 to 10 hours to get from one end to the other. And now Panama does control the canal. The United States is no longer in control of it. We did control it for a while after this 1913 completion, 1914 opening, but eventually we gave over control to Panama after a little overlap period where we both controlled it to kind of ease them into how things had been handled. And now Panama has a government agency set aside just to controlling the Panama Canal Zone. So the Panama Canal was very important for both the United States and a lot of other countries because this made it much easier to get from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. You didn't have to go all the way down the bottom of South America to get over to the Pacific Ocean, nor did you have to go all the way around Asia to get to the Pacific Ocean if you were in Europe. And so this opened up a lot of trade relations, and it changed trade patterns because where certain areas had been visited as people had to go south around South America, now they no longer had to be visited because they could just cut through the Panama Canal. So the Panama Canal was something that the United States realized they needed if they wanted to be a major naval power, but it did help other countries. They eventually got the Panama Canal Zone land from Panama after helping it rebel and separate from Colombia and become its own country. The United States paid $10 million for this initially, plus the $250,000 a year. But in the end, it ended up costing about $400 million to build the entire canal. It was finished in 1913, opened in 1914. Today, there are about 12,000 ships a year that go through the canal, and it takes only about 8 to 10 hours to get from one end to the other, which is a drastic decrease in how long it took to get around the tip of South America to get from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. So this was a big leap in progress for trade relations at this time.
World War I was the sixth largest conflict in history. It started in 1914 and ended in 1918, and all of the fighting took place in Europe. At that time, Austria-Hungary was at odds with countries around it. So when someone assassinated the Archduke of Austria, the war began. Austria-Hungary then invaded Serbia, and Germany invaded Belgium and Luxembourg. Previously agreed on alliances escalated the war very quickly, because when one country joined the war, another country would have to join a war with it because they were in an alliance. The two sides of the war were the Allies and the Central Powers. The countries among the Allies were the United Kingdom, France, and Russia, and the countries among the Central Powers were Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy. There were many other smaller countries involved, and other countries got involved in the war as the war progressed, as was the case with the United States, who eventually joined the side of the Allies. They helped bring about an end to the war by forcing Germany to surrender on what is now known as Armistice Day. Now, an armistice does not mean that the war is over. It just means that fighting has ceased. So the Allies signed an individual treaty with each country of the Central Powers to bring about an end to the war. The most well-known treaty is the Treaty of Versailles that the Allies signed with Germany. The Allies punished Germany for helping bring about a start to the war, and resentment caused by the Treaty of Versailles helped start World War II. The League of Nations also came about after World War I. It was a precursor to the United Nations, which exists today, and it was a council of nations to try to keep another war from happening. So that is a brief look at World War I. The Great Depression was a severe worldwide economic recession that started in 1930. It was a very complex event, but I have a few main points that I want to highlight that I wrote up on the board. First of all, economists differ as to how it started. Some believe it was caused by bank failures and the stock market crash. Stocks prices started decreasing in 1929, and the stock market crashed later that year on what is known as Black Tuesday. Now, other economists believe it was caused by the Federal Reserve and its poor monetary policies during that time. Now, let's take a look at the effects of the Great Depression. Unemployment skyrocketed. In fact, in the U.S., it rose to levels around 25%. Also, tax revenue, profits, prices, and international trade all decreased during this time. It's important to remember that the Great Depression did not just occur in the U.S. It occurred in countries all across the world. So it stands to reason that if two countries were in a severe economic recession, such as the Great Depression, that trade between the two countries would be severely decreased. In fact, international trade was cut in half at some points during the Great Depression. Industries that depended on natural resources, such as farming and mining and logging, were especially hit hard by the Great Depression. Also, things like construction were often halted in countries across the world. Now, since the Great Depression was happening in so many different countries, the recovery of countries did not all happen simultaneously. Countries' economies started to bounce back at different times. Some economies recovered as early as the late 1930s, while others took about till the mid-1940s. It is believed that the start of World War II either ended the Great Depression or masked its problems. Because during World War II, industry was severely increased during this time because the government was pumping money into the economy to manufacture things for the war. In fact, this helped the economic growth rate double in the U.S. Also, unemployment went down during this time. In fact, in the U.S., it went below 10% because of World War II. Not only were people being employed in the armed forces, they were also being employed in manufacturing to manufacture things for the war. So overall, the Great Depression is known as the worst economic recession of the 20th century. World War II was the largest military conflict in U.S. history. World War II was an extremely complex event with much more to talk about than we have time to right now. But I do want to highlight a few main points about World War II that you should know. First of all, it started in 1939 and ended in 1945. Now, when talking about the war in the context of the U.S. did not enter the war until 1941. World War II was essentially the Allied powers versus the Axis powers. So instead of just two countries fighting against each other, it was groups of countries fighting against another groups of countries who were joined together by treaties. The Allied powers were primarily made up of the U.S., the Soviet Union, Britain, and France, whereas the Axis powers were primarily Italy, Germany, and Japan. So there were many more smaller countries on both sides of the conflict, but those were the main countries that had the largest influence in the war. Essentially, what happened is Japan wanted to become a large power in East Asia. So it was already at war over there prior to 1939. Now, Germany started to invade Poland, and then France and Britain declared war on Germany. Basically, out of Adolf Hitler, the leader of Germany, wanted to increase the size of Germany by conquering other countries around it and making those countries part of Germany. In addition, the Holocaust refers to the harsh treatment of Jews and other political enemies of Adolf Hitler. Different political enemies were put into concentration camps where they were treated extremely poorly, and many of them died. World War II was the deadliest conflict in human history. Over 100 million people were involved in it, so as you can imagine, millions and millions of people died from the conflict. It was interesting because during World War II, countries weren't involved in a war and involved in domestic things. All of their domestic resources were put into the war. Their scientific resources, their manufacturing resources, all were put into trying to win the war. World War II is the only time in a war that nuclear warfare has been put into place. What happened in 1941 is Japan bombed Pearl Harbor, a port in Hawaii of the U.S. So that's when the U.S. started joining the war in 1941. So to help bring about the end of the war, in what is known as D-Day, Allied forces invaded the beach on Germany and eventually conquered Berlin, and Germany had an unconditional surrender that helped bring about the end of the war in Germany. But since it was a world war and it was taking place all throughout the world, simply conquering and capturing Berlin was not enough to bring an end to the conflict. Japan was still alive and well during that time. So by the U.S. dropping 2 atomic bombs on the cities of Nagasaki and Hiroshima in Japan, the U.S. was helped to bring about Japan's surrender. Now, when World War II was over, world powers did not want to see another war like this come about. So the United Nations was created with larger countries and more influential countries in the world having a larger say in the dealings of the United Nations. Also, the Cold War, which came later after World War II, came about because of World War II. World War II basically set the stage for the Cold War because since the Soviet Union and the U.S. were both on the Allied side, they both came out of the war as winners and were superpowers. And so the two superpowers kind of faced off in the Cold War, which was to come after World War II.